plays, looking for something to exploit. It's the guy right there on your screen. Veno was looking for something. Levin, did he find it?
I mean, I hope he did. I hope he did. I mean, you guys are going to have to show him some more luck. Can we make some more noise for Veno? There we go, there we go. Look, these two, it's been a tough sort of tournament for them because coming in, they were the favorites for a lot of people, and understandably, things look so clear-cut for them. The switch up and being contested makes things awkward, and so hopefully now they've sort of got more of an idea of how they need to play with the loot they have and the timings that they have coming out of that spot, but I can't imagine it'll be easy even today.
Yeah, no, I mean, crowd, you guys absolutely need to be cheering on Clix and Veno. You can see it on Veno's face. He's locked in. He's here on a mission, and now they just have to execute their plan. We're getting closer and closer to kicking off day number 2. As we kind of prepare ourselves, is there maybe something you guys are hoping to see here in game number 1? Is it some crazy strategy? Is it, let's just all fight, everybody go fight beat about Pollo, try and shut him down, let's have a normal game for once? What is it?
Man, what do I want to see throughout these 6 games in general? I just want to see some good Fortnite, right? There were moments yesterday. I think one of the biggest ones that everybody's kind of been pointing out is the Swizzy 1v2. Heck it, let's have 1v2 in every single one of the games today, right? Keep those end games spicy.
I mean, me personally, I ain't praying on their downfall or nothing, right?
Okay, but
it would be nice for Peterborough and Pollo to have a slower start so we could have more of a competition. I'd like to see it be close by game 12.
Okay, all right. I think that's fair. I'll just rewrite the script super quickly before we do that. But Fortnite fam, it is that time. Game number 7 is prepared for us. So let's send it on up to Monster D-Face and the best taco to take us in.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you. The script, we got to go ahead and adjust that bad boy for day 2, of course. There's 6 more games here.
Yeah, and exactly, and I mean, I know it's really easy to get caught up in that point disparity that Peterborough and Pollo have established, but again, the 1.5 times multiplier makes anything possible. And we've already heard a couple of pretty popular duos, some strong teams say that they're ready to challenge here in match 7.
Match number 7 is here. Day 2 of the Global Championship has arrived, and this is what it is all about. Who will have the start of the career, really start of their day, go the way that they expect it to, as Queasy and Thomas are going to be the first to touch down. We already had the chance to interview this team as well, right? Start to get a feel for what's in store for them. And you can tell there's other players kind of in the vicinity. However, they have the drop fully to themselves, but it's not the same for teams like Malabuka here.
Exactly. Restored Reels has definitely been a pretty popular hot contest here between Malabuka, Merstash, and the Power Boys from Oceania, Alex and Worthy. Worthy, though, managing to find a shield potion off rip, could definitely bode fairly well. And surprisingly calm start for both of these teams. They've got enough distance between them that they'll both have an opportunity here to loot things out and see how that next engagement really goes.
Much different than what we saw in days previous. Meanwhile, Peterborough and Pollo also seems like there's a little bit of a different strategy going down here. Yesterday, Peterborough and Pollo would have already probably had 2 eliminations come the drop here. However, they are still at 0, but jumping on over to that conversation of Malabuka and Merstash, game 1 jitters, more like game 7. However, things are off to a fast start for Power Alex and Power Worthy. They get the tags and they find more onto Malabuka. Already, it's looking excellent for the Team Power Boys.
Alex trying to do what he can, trying to scramble up behind Malabuka. Malabuka managed to throw down a couple of metal walls just in the nick of time.
Nice.
But he's only delaying the inevitable. Oshi strikes first here in day 2. Alex and Worthy fully in control now of Restored Reels.
Australia continuing to step up now. That's exactly what we want to see here. But for Kovacs and Huddy, the most surprising, I think, of all the duels that appeared inside of the top 10, given that they had a perfect day 1 minus a single early game elimination. We'll catch back up with them as K-Shota and Keiki have to make their region proud. All of the Brazilian fans are rooting for any of their teams to step up here. Can they win this first fight?
All Cheeks and Crisp are trying to do is just make sure they have to fight back. Shota eats more damage than what he was bargaining for. Crisp now next to Cheeks. They're going to find that first knock. Kishota is down, and unfortunately for them, Keiki goes with him.
Very, very tough angle to peek there, given he ran out of real estate. But look at this, Swizzy and Yapko try to make a move out of town, and Yuma and Rise, top 10, the best performing team out of Asia from day one, is here, ready to meet them in here at match number 7.
Something the analyst desk was asking for was a potential Batman Booga and Rapid appearance to maybe try and challenge for this bunker that Swizzy, Yapko already seemingly trying to create space around. They've got plenty of boxes surrounding them. Rise and Yuma actually going to opt to disengage for the time being, but curious to see if maybe we get a little bit more action located at that Karen's Crossing bunker.
Yeah, I mean, and we've heard the insight, right? A lot of these teams are putting tons of respect on the Asian duos, especially Yuma Rise, Yoda, and Mapoli. Very, very, very strong duos coming out of Asia right now, and they have demanded and earned their respect. But jumping back into things here at the beachhead, Cold and Acorn are coming in, right? They obviously have their heads set straight, right? They had a great performance. They won. Finding their stride here is going to be super important, given that, I mean, there are those external pressures, right? Teams playing off the cuff, teams, of course, hitting the reveals.
But today is a real opportunity to see for some of those teams where the off-spawn contest didn't necessarily pan out in their favor, how have they actually chosen to adjust? And will it even work out for them, or will they choose to fall back to that familiarity of once before that took place in day one? Kovacs, though, Huddy, still trying to ensure that they can try and maintain their position at the top of the leaderboard, and they're gonna have to fight their way through Scroll and Sky, just getting held here on the edge of Rebel's Roost.
Yeah, all things considering right now, Scroll and Sky were winning this engagement, given that Kovacs does not have heals to work with, but Vino and Clicks in a very important fight. A quick rotate, a swift one to find Crisp and Cheeks here, and they shut them down, and they're off to a very hot start.
It's almost surprising to see Veno and Clicks look for a new method of approach. The real question that remains now is Cheeks, Crisp, how are they going to manage to actually deal with this sort of early pressure? Because, again, the small surprises, the little bits of bamboozlement, that's all it takes in a split second for everything to go south.
Scroll and Sky moving back to the Rebels' Roost after pushing out Huddy and Kovacs there. So it does seem like both teams are going to be content with the exchanges between their sides, but jumping over to Bolts and Bryce, a very clear forecast tower play in motion right now.
Look, I know Vico and Flixie like to think that this is their forecast tower, but these exchanges right now from the peaks of these Surge bases are leading me to believe that Bolts, Bryce, they might just get this one all to themselves. Their drop at Dumpinhazen just gives them so much more of an advantage for tracking quicker towards this forecast tower, getting that setup online. Quick preview, though, of what Chaputini have been dealing with, and it's actually Oshi, but Worthy, unfortunately, not going to be able to stand tall this time.
Very tough team to go against. Chaputini, who won game number 1. Clearly, they have a stride about them that has been shown here this weekend. Match 7 now, starting off in almost similar fashion. It seems like while everyone's trying to get their bearings, they start a bit ahead, but keeping that momentum is going to be one of question here today with this European duo. And, you know, overall still within the top 20 is impressive to say the least. 1.5x multiplier, right? Every elim means a lot more. Placement points are going to weigh even heavier as things start to add up. But let's jump in with Sphinx and Dukes here, who are trading tags, it seems like, trying to farm some kind of damage here in the early game across what might be Acorn and Cold.
Right now, Sphinx and Dukes, they're just taking full advantage of applying a little bit of pressure onto the teams at Redline Rig. Keep in mind, if they do get a successful shield crack, they could always look to just try and turbo aggress. They've got that flaming boost tube right next to them, and Sphinx just seems to be prioritizing exclusively the surge tag damage threshold control.
How impressive of Swizzy and Yapko to survive the drop. Trashy threats, Peterbot Boyo. A lot of action down at the raft, so it is, of course, in their best interest to get loot and hit the road, quite honestly. You don't want to stick around there, given what can be in store. Kazian Aspect clearly didn't want any more of that action as well, as they've moved somewhat north here to try to make the best of their strategy. But look at what happened. It's kind of causing this very congested area here. ultimately, when the Storm Surge turns on, most of these teams that have created these new adjustments will end up clashing in much different circumstances.
And well, that's the thing, because teams can review, teams can try to make those adjustments and implement new strategies, but how much of it is actually going to be structured around what you were engaging with in day one, as opposed to the other adjustments that similar teams, similar mindsets, everybody is looking to try and change things up here, at least if day one wasn't working out in their favor.
Yeah, Baka Paros, we saw finding some knocks there in the feed on teams nearby, but couldn't confirm their elimination, so their damage must be ranking up nicely. Meanwhile, Vico and Flixie have a bit of a position here over the opponents. Talk about fights for the forecast tower. The card is in the hands of Bryce and Bolt, whom are just outside of it, so if they want to activate it, they will have to fight their way through this duo.
At the same time, though, Clone and Kramzu might be enough of a distraction factor. Bolt and Bryce are going to look to retreat just a little bit further east from where the forecast tower is currently at, but Vico and Flixie know that they've got the prime real estate currently. They don't want to allow for Bryce and Bolt to get a complete freebie for this forecast tower, but they might not have a choice, and even further still in the horizon, Thomas HD, Queasy, slight surge base on a hill just outside of Reckless Railways, but more importantly still, Thomas HD, he was on fire all day yesterday, especially with that Monarch pistol.
And we saw moments where he was clutching up, perfectly timed there, back-to-back tags. This is the highlight you were just talking about, Taco. I mean, Thomas HD is a sniper with anything in his hands that does big damage.
If it's got a scope, then Thomas HD is going to be an absolute fiend with that weapon. But Bugha, Aviv, another one of our team's big fan favorites here, of course, but also just knowing that they need to try and develop some form of a new strategy. Even bumped into Aviv in the elevator earlier on today here at MDF and asked him, hey, we looking at the comeback? And he's like, well, I hope so. And it could start here. They've already got one elimination onto Danath. It's just Tinka trying to keep his duo's hopes alive, but Bugha and Aviv, they struggled a decent bit with their surge damage, so this could be a big opportunity if they're able to pinpoint where Tinka is at, and they don't look like they want to let him go.
I'm looking at the map, though. There's a team moving in very fast here from the south now, so other opinions are going to be thrown into the conversation here. It's Asia's Job and Michael, who have now started sliding their way towards the Doom's Courtyard. So anything really can happen. It'd be wise for Bugha and Aviv to possibly make a move now, but of course, it's day two. Strategies are being put to the test.
But Job and Michael need to be careful with the way that they're crouch walking around that rooftop. Doom's Courtyard sitting at a slightly lower elevation than some of the POIs surrounding it. And there's a high possibility a team in a surge base happens to be looking around, see some freebie opened up shots. Players not protected from behind because they're too fixated on trying to get this surprise opportunity onto Aviv and Bugha.
There's Koyota, Mipoli, Kovacs, and Huddy. A lot of teams looking to set up an ambush at the moment. Gotta love this strategy here. We haven't seen too many big plays coming out the bush just yet, but doesn't mean even a top-tier professional won't get caught off guard, given that we've seen anything happen here on the desk. But there's just no foot traffic here, given that the zone is pretty far north, it seems, north-northeast-ish at the moment.
Problem, though, for Kovacs and Huddy, since they were forced out of Rebel's Roost, they didn't actually have that time, that opportunity to properly farm out some of those much-needed hard materials. Their mat count looking a little bit grim, given the current circumstances. It's going to be hard to try and control your own mid-game. Got materials to back it up as Ed, Persa tracking down solo in Nathan, but no backup this time in sight for Nathan.
Persa on the move right now. Ed pressing hot on the walls here. Nathan trying to escape. It's not looking good for Nathan or CCB. Into the box. Persa goes with Ed. Well played for them, and the Brazilian commentators are popping off on the desk right now for the Brazilian region. You love to see that for Ed and Persa here.
A lot of these players also looking for those confidence, the momentum swings that could make all the difference for these next few matches Clear up day number 2 here. Chicho. Just strong connections off of that Monarch pistol. Meanwhile, Vico, Flixie find themselves a little bit of an aggressing situation here onto Clone, but with a team that knows Reckless Railways as expertly as Vico and Flixie, this split approach, they've managed to sandwich Clone in between them, and it looks like Kramzu might also be caught in the thick of it, but I like this pincer maneuver technique coming out of Vico and Flixie.
Yeah, it's working very well, but if this duo of Kramzu and Clone decide to collapse on one or the other, it can spell disaster. So we'll have to see what happens here. This is, of course, the Reckless Railways, though. This is their home turf. Armored wall comes down. This is not good for Vico. I was going to say they've cut off his backup. Flixie, look, has to work all the way around, and now he has to actually back off here. So definite mistakes being made right now. Forced to cap off HP here, given that he'll have to play this one out by himself for a couple of moments. Meanwhile, still a lurking duo nearby in CR's Michael and T1 Job there. Anything can happen, but look at how Vico unfortunately gets caught off and out of position.
There's a lot of trust that's implemented into that split technique, but more importantly still, Clone and Kramzu, they're still having to fight their way out of the Reckless Railways. One elimination might not be enough. Our international regions fully understanding they're gonna need more points to make their way up on the leaderboard standings. And Kramzu, Clone, they've still got their eyes on the prize, I believe, but Job and Michael are not making it easy. Instead, they're gonna track down Flixie, catching him from behind. That's a big pickup for Job there, saving his teammate's life.
CR Job, T1 Michael coming in, finding eliminations here. Clearly a new strategy being deployed for this duo here, given that yesterday was such a struggle for this team to get their feet off the ground. And now we're seeing a much slower approach as opposed to taking full-on head-to-head battles, almost lurking between the major drops, trying to find fights that are in action, working a lot better for them now.
But the bigger picture here at DF is that when you've got our third-place team going out this early on into the match, no placement points secured, and that is a massive deal because it gives so much opportunity. It opens the door for everyone else to try and squeeze their way inside of it. Kramzu back against the wall, trying to see if he can work this way out. But it's not going to be enough. Michael with the collapse, clean elimination, and that's going to be 3 in total for Job and Michael.
We're seeing why this is a team that had their dominating run on the region. Again, an Asian duo coming up, really making adjustments to their strategy. It's one of the best parts about the Day 2 format that we don't get to highlight enough, right? The teams that come in and start to adapt is what makes it so crucial to really pay attention to what is changing around you. But for Peterbot and Boyo, not much has changed, given that they have continued to key their way into the Rift Island. This time, though, met with a lot more resistance. It's about the weakest we've seen them coming into mid-game, and I mean, it makes sense. You have Zagu up top here with Shadome and Vidil and Reason here. Very strong teams, very low on the surge here for Boyo and Peterbot. I mean, everyone might just get what they've been looking for, a potential early exit here.
Oh, that was a little bit of a whiff there out of Poyo. Was probably hoping to fully connect, but Poyo, he finishes what he started, gets Reason in the process, but finds himself getting immediately gobbled up by Vidil. And now a serious 1-versus-1 situation, but keep in mind, there's so many other teams surrounding Rift Island. Peterbot, he's just hoping that he can get the revive off.
Talk about an incredible save here, but Vadiel's not gonna make it easy here. Armored walls are coming out. Peterbot is desperate and boxed up right now. Zagu is also just above, putting in a couple of shots here, but things are gonna slow down. And just when you thought it was over, they get saved here. Peterbot and Boyo are back in.
But at the cost of so many of their armored walls, Peterbot had to fully utilize practically everything he had saved up. And keep in mind, they still need heals. There's no shield, at least as far as Peterbot's loadout is concerned. Possibly Poyo is carrying a couple of small shield potions, but I'd have to guess not, considering that neither of them is bothered to recover. They're just trying to tango once more with Vidil, but he will not budge.
Doing an excellent job here waiting for them. He knows it's still a 2v1, and Peterbot and Boyo are absolutely deadly here. And let's not forget, they have the medallion, right? So they still have very much full awareness of who's around them, but the tags, they need more damage. They've run out of heals here. This is about the best case scenario for every other duo in the lobby if you want to win the globals, which we know very surely they do. Boyo, though, not giving up just yet. Still knows that there's a job to be done here.
At this stage, though, another issue for Peterbot and Pollo is one of their only options remaining to exit Rift Island might just be to take the Ascender down. But again, if they go for that launch pad, they might encounter even more resistance from the other teams that are a little bit more established, a little bit more healthy as well. But Pollo, Peterbot, they try to mark it off in the first place. They will break through the builds and manage to escape.
Hopefully they don't get targeted while they're flying by. A lot of teams here in the vicinity now. Peterbot going for the dive down. Pollo trying to scout where's the best spot. They're below the surge. They're gonna have to land and take a fight. It's all or nothing now. Peterbot tries to go for Dukes and Sphinx. And they go for it, but Peterbot gets knocked. It's all up to Pollo now. Everything lies on him to keep the train going here. He's gonna find a lot of tags here, just enough to keep his team in the win now. They try to box up Peterbot. They want to finish his duo. He's not trying to give it away for free. He's actually fighting with all of his heart here, and they're running for him, trying to steal his duo away. And he's going for it, but no! So close! Almost takes down Dukes as well in an incredible exchange, and first place is out. The runway is open.
Respect the meat shield performance there out of Sphinx. He knew that he was already relatively low. He could absorb at least one shot and trust that Dukes would get the job done. But a massive upset here in match 7 as 3 out of our top 5 teams already eliminated. Thomas HD, Queasy, Trulex, Chicho. Now is your chance to surge upwards.
Agers is solo at the moment inside the zone, but we gotta get the update here from Queasy and Thomas HD, who have been working their way up slowly, steadily, looking to manifest this global championships victory right before their eyes here. The tags are great from Thomas. Things are really starting to ramp up now, and we know what they're playing for, and that's that victory. We saw it in the interviews. They just want to take height.
At this stage, if they've had a chance to witness what's been going down inside of that elimination feed, Thomas HD and Queasy exclusively need to focus on their own game, just playing things out as if it's any other match. Pretend like all these other teams in the top 5 are still in the lobby, because that's what's gonna give them in the mindset to stay for their best performance.
There's a lot going on right now, given that the zone's starting to develop here. It's not just high ground being held. There's also big names clashing all around us here. Take a look at how Vino jumps in, takes down Paper in the highlight. Possibly then Victor V back-to-back, but it wasn't over yet. He gets met with a crushing defeat to the hands of Quanti and Gone.
The overhead view doing an excellent job at highlighting. There's practically nowhere left to hide. Everybody is stuck on even ground just about. And what I want to see, MDF, is whether or not Queasy and Thomas are going to be able to successfully make their stake on height. Trulex and Chicho box on the low ground directly underneath them. And if these Titans clash, one or the other could potentially fold.
Well, here's the thing. Thomas HD and Queasy are two of the, again, only players left in this lobby that will notably challenge height every single time. Most of the competition that would otherwise do that is not in this lobby. I do anticipate a runaway scenario here. However, Brazil, King and Phaser hopping across, yet not even close enough to challenge up for high ground. So there's very little teams that would actually have the heart to go up unless Coming into day 2, they've decided to shift strategy.
And that was a pretty risky jump forward as well from King and Phaser, because the way that Thomas HD and Queasy have been spraying at other teams, you've got the indication that they likely have an assault rifle, so it's a lot more difficult to make those jumps from the high ground, off the Flowberry Fizz, heading towards front side of the next zone. But Sphinx, Dukes, we saw them shut down our first place team on the leaderboard already here today. They're hoping to see if they can transition this into a victory royale of their own.
Sphinx and Dukes through Elam's. Hard eyes on the prize right now as Reese trying to slip his way from the storm line into the safety, but unfortunately is going to fall there in 19th place now. Very well within the top 20 here, as there's a lot of placement points to be earned. This is a 1.5x multiplier for everyone tuning in right now. These games have significantly more weight than yesterday's round. If there's a day you want to perform, it is here and it is now. Queasy and Thomas still working their way. Look at this build. They are willing to commit heavy material, heavy resources to hold high ground.
And what's one of the most impressive aspects of Thomas HD and Queasy's run is that they've been doing all of this without a forecast tower. They are just sheer commitment at this stage. Thomas HD continuing to try and prevent players from getting anywhere near that secondary height even, as Cooper forced to just utilize the medkits, playing from the backside of the storm and zone in general, but only a matter of time before he's spotted out as a solo.
Just a complete shakeup with the teams we're seeing alive right now as well. Bryce and Bolts keeping up the momentum from where they left off in game number 6, carrying it straight into game number 7 now. A near top 10 for Bolts here, but he will have to fight someone on the outside of zone. Trulix and Chicho, meanwhile, just running game here on the mid ground. Now looking to jump down to low. They have enough mats to do so, cutting off their opponents here. There's a lot of reaction coming here, though. You have Asia on one side of the wall, OCE on the other, fully boxed in now. They have to be careful. There's no way out. Trulix and Chicho might have signed themselves straight back to the lobby accidentally now. Oh no, having to heal here. Chicho gets caught out. One false mistake, and it will come back to haunt you here.
But
high ground.
Scope, Queasy, Thomas HD. They could tell Phaser for a moment. He got a glimpse, but he won't actually get a taste of what the high ground is like. Queasy now going to be the first to drop. He's continuing. He knows he needs a refresh. He wants more material. If he can find an elimination, if he can play the disturbance factor, he can prevent anyone from having the potential to threaten Thomas HD's current position. Thomas HD, in fact, alongside Queasy, just going to continue to try and secure as many eliminations as possible.
We are witnessing greatness right now as Thomas HD and Queasy are putting on a masterclass from the high ground here. Doing a very good job now securing eliminations, starting to rack up. Queasy will have to get those mats there. Has to jump to the tree. He sends Thomas HB down. The Soren to start cutting off the teams here. Completely new duos in the conversation as well. It's Zagu and King and Phaser now. That's all that's left in a clean 2v2 here.
But the zone pool, Thomas HD and Queasy, they made it to the top of the hill. Phaser is going to have to find his way up. Thomas HD instantly puts him down. Queasy with the cleanup as well, and a victory royale finish.
We expect it, and now they're performing from the interview section all the way in to the first match here of the day. What a way to keep up the momentum. And of course, you know what we're gonna get next. A word here on the floor, given that we wanna hear what's happening.
Would you please give it up, your Game 7 winners, Queasy and Thomas HD! Woo! Boys! That is the way to do it. Game 7 on day 2 of Global Championships. Queasy, the high ground was king there again. What a way to start the competition today.
I mean, take high, don't die. It's that simple.
I love that. It's a man of few words, but you know what? They mean a lot. They pack a punch. Thomas, today as well, we see the likes of family in the audience, all these fans here as well. Fort Worth, make some noise for these players! I want to talk about how pivotal it was as well. You saw in the elimination feed, I think in the 6th zone, we saw Peterbot and Poyo go down. Did you know then you had to capitalize on that?
I mean, Christians said, like you saw it in the kill feed, so yeah. Like, we just played our game. We didn't think about it. They were in the game, but it doesn't matter for us.
Now that you've seen the 1.5 multiplier making a massive difference today as well, looking at the points, you've really tightened things up at the top. Do you go out the same way again? I mean, obviously high ground being really important there. How did the mid-game change for you guys that time around?
I mean, we'll see. I can't tell if we're going to play high or not, but if the opportunity is there, we're taking it.
And it seems as well, Queasy, that each time you guys get that high ground, you're the one sent down just to wipe the floor, get those eliminations. Thomas holds the high, and it's working really, really well.
I mean, yeah. What is there to say? Like, we just take high and we win. There's nothing else to do. Like, we just need to perfect our mid game, and if we get into end game with good match, that's it.
We're looking forward to seeing what happens next. Would you please, one more time, Fort Worth, give it up for Queasy and Thomas HD! Woo! That is the way to start a day 2 of FNCS Global Championships 2024. Loads more to come. What's going to happen next? We'll find out after this very short break. We'll see you in a few.
Hey! 20% of you slackers still haven't subscribed. Help me by clicking that subscribe button. It's totally free and doesn't cost anything.
Get high, don't die! Get high, don't die! Come on, man. It's too easy. Bro. It's too easy.
Fortnite fam, we got a tournament in our hands, baby!
Hey, Lev, take height.
Don't die.
Take height.
Don't die.
Let's go! Game number 1 on the day, 7 overall. Queasy, Thomas HD find the victory royale, and they repeat exactly what they said yesterday. Take height.
Don't die, Levin. Levin. Listen, Queasy and Thomas, I mean, the high ground, right? It was working yesterday. They were getting a little bit of pressure, in my opinion, from the likes of Vico and Flixie primarily. But Vico and Flixie go down very, very early on this game. Queasy and Thomas maybe noticed that, right? And was like, listen, we're not going to receive any pressure from them, because what we noticed, Levin, was that they invested all of their match, so much so that when it came down to this 2v2, they almost had nothing left.
I mean, you look at who have been the biggest players on height in the first 6 games. Vico Flixie up there, Peterbot Poyo up there. Both of those guys down and out of this endgame. So much space for Queasy and Thomas to play with up on those layers. And it's just really great to see this from them, Vivid, man. This is what I've been wanting to see from them all year. Right, we've always known Queasy to be this dominant high ground IGL. This year, he took a step back from that when it matters the most, though, relying on what he knows best, playing the high ground.
I just cannot believe, and as well, when we kind of saw, I love the way that Queasy kind of commits to that high ground. We kind of look up, and it's just cones as far as the eye can see. Most players would just kind of do a few floors, maybe 2 wide. He's just like, nope, this is mine, all of it.
To be fair, there's not many players looking up at it anyway.
Yeah.
But if you did, and you just saw 300 metal just committed to high ground, you're not even bothering to go up there.
Vivid, are you seeing this? Do quick math for me, Vivid. This lead is a lot smaller than yesterday.
23 points now separate Peterbot and Poyo and Queasy and Thomas. The question was, how is anybody going to catch up to them? That 1.5x coming into full effect. A bad game for Peterbot and Poyo. Shambles up on Rift Island, goes down early after trying to land and fight to get back into the game. Queasy and Thomas, they mentioned it in that little bit of an interview right there. They saw it happen in the feed. They played their game to it, and now we've got a tournament on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, uncharacteristic game from Peterbot and Poyo. They looked like they were working with scraps at times, but with Thomas and Queasy, not at all. Still exactly what we saw from them yesterday, where they're looking strong, in good positions to get surge. Thomas in particular, the Monarch pistol again, it is just relentless, the amount of damage this guy is putting in with that.
That's right, and guess what? We actually have a moment from that last game. Let's listen into that game-winning moment.
I'm not gonna be.
We should remember their skins. We should remember their skins. Yeah. They're dashing.
30 on them.
Okay, we know their skins though.
Yeah, Catwoman.
I got a kill.
Disconnected them on the right.
Yeah.
They have dashes still. Catwoman on the right.
Yeah, I see. Here, chop him, chop. I'm going across.
I have armored wall. I'm armor here.
Yeah, okay.
Armor yourself as well. Armor.
Yeah, I am. I did. We can get.
Spraying
We got
them,
chopped
spraying
off the back. I don't have fizz. I don't have
60,
fizz. I don't
100
have
points.
fizz.
Beat that.
Nice.
He's coming up.
Going up. Yeah, I see. 100.
30.
Crack.
That.
Behind you. 1 HP.
That.
Yeah.
Take height, don't die.
Absolutely amazing stuff there. Just to see them be excited. Levin, I want to double back. You talk about that Monarch pistol in hand. We joked about it at the start of the day. What kind of damage are we actually putting in with this?
Let's take a look at the numbers. Who do you think is going to be leading with the Monarch pistol? Surprise, surprise. No surprise at all. Thomas HD by far and away just crazy with it. Again, if you know anything about Thomas HD and metas of previous years, it would have been the sniper rifle where you would have probably seen him be the leader. He's replaced the Monarch in that sense and is doing the big damage with it, and it's a big part of the success this weekend.
Love that from you, Levin. Honestly, I saw a little bit of a shot right there that we were getting on the stage. It was Thomas and Queasy, right? If they actually turn around in their chairs, guess who's right across from them? Peterbot and Poyo. They were actually staring each other down up there, probably sharing some emotions right there. That's awesome. They're like, hey, listen, it's game on.
That's right. Let's talk about Peterbot and Poyo here for just a moment. Very uncharacteristic out of the duo, right? They obviously had Medallion. They had mythic items in hand, but we kind of go up to Rift Island, and they are just in shambles at one point. No materials, no shield.
Well, the big thing for me was that Peterbot and Poyo, they're kind of used to getting the Rift Island uncontested. Usually there was like one other team that was up there yesterday. Sometimes that was kind of just based on the side of it. But we actually saw 2 other teams up there that were interested in even capturing the Rift Island, right? And once we tuned in with them when they were actually up there on the Rift Island, I think they were only like, what, 60 damage above? And usually that's like 400.
That's literally what I was about to say, right? Where it's like, they shouldn't even have to rely on going to Rift Island to be getting their damage. Usually they are much higher. Before that, I think we're already seeing some changes in the way people are playing around that area of the map in the mid game, and they're clearly struggling with it. They're gonna have to figure things out, and fast.
That's right. 3rd place, Trulex and Chicho. Just rising up the standings. They're holding that third place. And to think here, Trulex had to do this as a solo player. He has to play heals, but in those moments with this multiplier, those placement points make a difference.
Absolutely. It's exactly what you expect Trulex and Chicha to do. To be honest with it, a bit unfortunate with how that game sort of panned out towards the end. They were doing a good job on some of those mid to low layers. They get cut off, right, on low ground. And usually if you get cut off on low ground, it's, it's possible to reclaim it. The problem was the team that cut them off used armored walls. So they're pickaxing through armored walls to try to get out of the storm. And again, they just lose too much time. It forces Trulex to use those medikits earlier than they probably would have wanted to. And that leads to the end of their game. A top 6 ain't bad, but that could have easily been another top 3 for them.
No, but it was super, super good for them, right? Because coming into the day, remember, they were one of those top 5 teams, and we saw actually multiple of our top 5 teams go down, those being Vico and Flixie went down early. Again, obviously, Peterbot and Poyo went down early, but another one was Acorn and Cole that also went down early, and I think me and Levin, we noticed something very, very fast that game. They were uncontested. They were contested for all 6 games yesterday, so that big switch-up could be affecting things largely.
Those ripples making a difference here. Every little thing can change an outcome, but it is that time. Game number 8 is being ready for us. So casters, on over to you.
Yeah, it does seem like being uncontested now is starting to work against some of the favorites who are up at the top.
Yeah, and for the teams that are having to essentially switch up their strategies, one thing we were noticing, you pulled up something rather interesting from socials. Swizzy even giving the shout out. I will seriously do my best today. So match number 8, let's see if he's got it.
Game number 8 is here. And there is a lot that we have brewing now here inside the Storm and on the battle bus, of course, given that the gap has officially closed. And you saw in the interview just moments ago, Queasy mentioning that, hey, if there's enough space between me and third, we're going to do everything it takes to secure number 1.
And that might be one of the worst things ever if you're Peterbot and Poyo. You almost have to try and block it out, but how much can you really ignore when you see the gap chopped so viciously after a singular match because of that 1.5 times point multiplier? But drawing that conversation back to that little note that Vivid had touched on, teams that were contesting each other, they might have gotten very accustomed to having consistent damage. I think Acorn and Cold specifically, they were so directly in control of Brittle Beachhead, Andelix and Sato. They tried their best, but they realized this is not gonna work out. We've got to completely revamp our strategy for day 2, and now it's up to Acorn and Cole to figure out a new game plan on the fly.
Talk about that, even Huddy and Kovacs now have seemingly demanded their respect from Stroll and Sky, who have given up the Rebels. Roost already moving out. Likely that they had a bad drop here, and these small micro changes will absolutely create domino effects. So what we're looking at, 7th place now, doesn't have as many teams there. We already know Vino and Clix had a little bit of a different situation unfolding at their drop. Peterbot and Boyo had a team move out, right? All of these teams now have to make adjustments.
But Venom moving in quickly towards that launch pad. It's evident with the forecast tower in sight. There's going to be a brawl stemming out of Sandy Steps, but also drawing in the attention of teams surrounding this southern section of the map.
Look at this.
Stored Reels definitely getting active.
Power Alex, Power Worthy continuing to perform very well on the drop. But that mid game, they can tighten things up, possibly leave the Reels faster. They'll be better off. Angles looking good here. All shield bubbles expended, but look at the distance. There is, of course, more players coming in.
Love this snap fly adjustment out of Cooper and Kanata, though. They recognize, hey, we had issues with Surge. What better way than to try and third-party teams that won't be expecting it? Alex and Worthy, they're still trying to chase down Merstash. They find the second elimination. Malabuka and Merstash fall yet again to Oshi, but now Kanata, Cooper, they're not gonna let them relish in the moment for even a second. Kanata immediately breathing down the neck of Alex. He's trying to get a scramble out, but he hasn't had a chance to regenerate anything. He's just hoping that his teammate can try to provide some relief, but Kanata and Cooper, they finally find Alex, and that's gonna be the end of one half of the Oshi Power Boys.
And you can see Alex's only concern there was, let me buy time for my teammate to get out. We can still play this game. So Worthy looking to secure as much loot as possible and then rotate out. Meanwhile, seems like EU's Chap and Teeny here are going against NA Pars and Baka. So far, so good for Pars and Baka, who have a defensive hold inside the factory, but Teeny and Chap likely feeling like it's a little dangerous to step in now. They're gonna take what they can and move on out, it seems.
Teeny possibly reverting back to his old ways. There's Chap next to him. Seems like they want to look to try and apply some pressure to any teams that might be looking for some easy fishing strats over by the dock next to the ship it station. Yapko and Swizzy on the other hand, popping up at the raft. They're gonna manage to find threats in the process. And this triple contest situation just continues to heat up, but this is a very different Brutal Beachhead vision in comparison to what we've been used to seeing.
Yeah, we got Cow Gamer, Haman here now, up against Andilex and Sato. Nicely done for Haman. Finding Sato with a big elimination here. Now Cow Gamer has to win his ones. Going toe-to-toe for the shot there. Andilex extremely weak, but instead calls in the backup and beautifully done as Haman finishes the deal here for Middle East. And they're gonna find themselves a wonderful set of eliminations. Now the drop is theirs, no Acorn and Cold. So clearly a rotate must have happened and a lot sooner.
They're not the only ones countering some slight adjustments to the loop path and rotation strategies early on. Vico, Flixie next to Booga and Aviv, but at the same time, some damage was clearly applied. Whether that came from Booga and Aviv, didn't necessarily get the chance to see, but Vico and Flixie are now inside of the cemetery, and there's a very high likelihood that they're just looking and waiting for the opportunity to make a play for the weapons bunker nearby.
Take a little quick highlight here as we walk away. Unfortunately, King and Phaser gonna be some of the duos caught out. An old risky play walking into a building and a team sitting in the attic. What can you do?
It's almost like how we saw Huddy and Kovacs sitting inside of a bush in match 7. Like a lot of these players, again, you don't really want to get messy. You don't want to cut any corners. You've got to make sure that you are checking every angle, proceeding with caution every step of the way. Otherwise, you might just find yourself off guard. Braids completely exposed. Huddy had the overhead view, but didn't manage to connect the shots.
Still like this angle here. Plenty of gas in the tank here for Huddy. As he slides out, Visual and Braids put up a great fight so far. Huddy opening the distance here, still keeping tabs on the opponent, making sure the teammate doesn't find too much of an angle on him. And then you have in the bush, in the distance, in the base, Muzz and Epic Whale just listening ever so closely. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo making up for match number 7 here in match 8. Trying to farm and fish for tags, right? This is their biggest problem in match number 7. Now that they're uncontested, basically didn't get to get those early fights, right? Things have gone a little bit differently for them. It's becoming a lot more difficult.
It's the same for Clix and Vena, though. They've seemingly been surrounded. We knew that there was going to be a lot of foot traffic coming through this area based off the forecast tower spawn, but with Peterbot and Pollo seemingly in full control of that, Clix, Veno, they're now going to have to choose a new method to try and establish some surge tag damage. And again, with Storm closing in on their backs, they could take their time. They could still potentially loop back around, hit the vending machine that they're familiar with, if that's still standing.
Vino looking to see if he can find any tags anywhere. Meanwhile, Chicho and Trulex, they've been putting on a performance worth studying. You have to start to wonder now, what is it about their drop spot, their mid game, their early game that they've been able to do so well that they've continued to make end game and then perform at the highest caliber? now being one of the few teams in the race here for the first place. But they still have to keep it up. They've still been contested, although the team that's there has given them a little bit of room to work with. Meanwhile, a team that has a lot less room, Swizzy and Yapko, right? We all know the Raft has been highly fought after. They have 3 Elans, so they're not making it easy for anyone, but hold up, Clix is in a battle.
It's crisp on the other side of this box, but Clix, Benno definitely looking a lot more healthy than their counterpart, and sure enough, Benno is gonna close this one out. That's another elimination, 12 points already. Keep in mind, that point multiplier doesn't just come into effect for the placements, but eliminations also being worth 6 apiece. It's a great way to climb. But Benno, Clix, they've gotta be careful, sneaking up when they least expect it from 2 separate sides. Aspect, Kazi, Damo resigns. This could go from bad to worse in a moment.
Yeah, Clix already hears the shots coming out here, so they're not slick by any means. He does have a couple of splashes here, so being able to get their HP up is not going to be too much of a problem. Meanwhile, Vino looking to alpha up some positioning over Kazi and Aspect here. Trying to see what this team wants to do. Vino clearly doesn't want to stick around for too much longer. It's a lot of risk involved here. He does have a couple of med kits. I like what he's doing, though. He's inching his way across here, saying if you really want to do this, we're going to do it box to box, mano a mano. And there's the loot that he was trying to secure. Now he has got max mats, and there isn't much more for him to worry about here. However, if they stick around too much longer, I mean, only trouble is waiting for them.
At the same time, they've got to be really careful on how they choose to disembark and rotate out of here, because with so many eyes on, there is a high likelihood they could get tagged up in the process, and it's very nice that Benno was able to secure those max mats, because Clix having to build the entire way as they maneuver out of that location next to Sandy Steps.
Take a look at the highlight here from Chap and Teeny. Strong EU duo, very consistent and for good reason. They take down FKS and Adapter there in a head-to-head engagement. Adapter still standing, actually, as we jump in live here, even after the save, but unfortunate now as they get fully finished. Trap goes down, the save's gonna come in. More shots from the distance here. It's Vico and Flixie hearing what's happening. Bobby and Larpex inside the base nearby as well. In come Muzz and Epic Whale. They hear the action. They're gonna need some surge. So it's a melting pot of regions and competition coming together now.
It's just the way that we're seeing all of these teams essentially conglomerate on top of each other. We didn't get a whole lot of this in day one, but the adjustments that everyone is trying to adapt to last second here, causing so many hiccups for everyone else that teams are encountering across the way. Poyo and Peterbot even working their way through the storm. Got eyes on Yapko and Swizzy. They clearly want the fight, but way off in the distance, teams a little bit closer to that edge of zone, putting even more pressure still onto Peterbot and Poyo. They are not getting the same clean rotations that they had all day yesterday.
Now, keep in mind, this is a team that has landed on each other, right, coming into the season. So Peterbot and Poyo now forcing to back out because tags are coming in from the distance is definitely not ideal by any means. However, if they found the tags that they need, they won't have the problem they had in match number 7, right? They were so far below the surge. This lobby's starting to cut down pretty quick, so we are just gonna have to see what happens when the zone closes here.
Problem though, Peterbot, he's the only one with the medkit. Poyo, he's got to hope that he can find some bandages, a medkit, any form of white heals along the way. But that moment doesn't seem like it's going to come. A lone couple of bananas, and Peterbot knows he's just gonna have to let his duo fall. He'll make the play for the revive after he expends this medkit, but they've still got so much ground to cover, and a team already choosing to close in. Sky, Scroll, they have the immediate collapse. Peterbot, can he get Poyo up?
They've been watching, they saw what happened, and then they saw the name that went down. Peterbot fully armors himself up. Every wall is covered here. They will have to literally break him out and then fight, and he is ready. Rifle in hand, shotgun in the backup kit, ready to go. He tries to go for the wall break first. Very smart done. However, starting to run out of material. Look at how well he's putting up a fight in a 2v1 situation right now.
The fact that he's even delayed Sky and Scroll for this long is phenomenal, as is Peterbot continuing to split them apart. He will not let them challenge him 1 versus 1. Anything else is not going to go their way, but Peterbot, he's still managing to scramble. He's on the escape. He's got the reveal marks as well. He knows exactly how he needs to move. But again, Sky Scroll, they realize we got to reconvene, we got to re-aggress. Peterbot from below, he's on his last little ticks of HP, and I don't think he's going to make it out.
Finds a bandage, has to hit it, but unfortunately will fall now. And that is back-to-back games of trouble on the horizon now for Peterbot and Boyo. And it is just starting to slip away now. If there was ever a moment for the competition to really find their confidence here in day number 2, it is now. What a critical moment that just unfolded in match number 8.
But again, we heard it even in that last interview that Adam just had with Queasy and Thomas HD. They choose to still play the game as if nothing's gone wrong. There's been no spoiler in effect for the first place team because they know their best performance is going to come from 0 distractions.
Crazy to think that if the OCE team didn't rotate in at that time, he would have gotten the bandage off and we would have still seen something potentially unfold. But the reality is now, top 5 is going to shake up.
And at this point, Peterbot and Poyo, they might just have to hit the drawing board themselves because that's 2 for 2 on the start of today. That is just not gone anywhere near the direction that they would have hoped here in day 2. But on a separate note, Thomas HD, Queasy got a nice overview of the rest of the map from their current position, just trying to use some of the natural elevation to base up on. And here at Mount Olympus, a couple of teams nearby, but they've just got so much space boxed out and claimed.
Bryson Bolts with the Rift Island. Chicho and Trulix down low. Still sitting pretty in 3rd place right now, based up under the Rift Island. Not an ideal situation to be in here, given that teams won't rotate because they see the island, let alone get a better angle for Chicho and Trulix. Very unlikely, but they have a duo in sight. It'll be important for them to find a couple tags here. 340 above, they should be okay for the time being. However, that's the damage that we're looking for.
Another little bit of a shock, though, as far as our top 5 is concerned. Sphinx and Dukes have also been eliminated. They've jumped up a few placements after their match 7 performance. They were sitting inside of top 10, 9th, I believe, to start day 2. So the fact that they've fallen here already just means, again, ample opportunity for some of these other teams to try and leapfrog their way up and over inside of that top threshold of the leaderboard. But Vico, Flixie, first off, they've got to deal with a little bit of pressure from the north side of where they're based. And again, Vico and Flixie, they had some success whenever they were able to find those forecast towers in yesterday's matches, but it's not going to be as easy this time around, and Bryson Bolts are a big part of the reason why.
Bryson Bolts, slow and steady, wins the race, and they have been working their way on up. Just look at those standings right there. Currently in 6th right now. Most of the immediate competition sitting on ice for a second. Another unfortunate run for Cold and Acorn here. And they're a day 2 type of team, so really have to scratch your head and wonder what's happening over there. But Clix and Vino have a lot more to worry about here. Resigns and Damo out of the question here, trying to look for the fight. Vino with a monstrous tag, and they just shut down Resigns and Damo, really showing them who's the kings of this one right now. But Chicho and Trulix have also met their match. What is happening over here?
Rift Island just continues to get even more traction surrounding the baseline of it. Teams that are potentially hoping to try and utilize some of the mobility aspects surrounding it, such as the rifts, and in fact, Chicho, Trulix, they're on the go. But remember, Queasy, Thomas HD, they were sitting on a peak near Mount Olympus. There's a very high likelihood that they're going to be looking to take some shots at some of these teams rolling in from the Rift Island.
Aviva and Booga are definitely one of those teams as well. They have a lot of high ground. Back on over to Bolts and Bryce, though. Finding Agers out here on the rotate there. Very, very important tags, given that they are just 40 above the damage threshold. So just a couple moments before that starts to affect everyone here. Big moves coming in, though. Once the zone closed, the damage will start to escalate very, very quickly. The later the game goes, the more storm damage it will do per tick of you sitting inside of it. Bolts and Bryce cannot afford to mess around here. They will luckily pull zone to their side. However, they are under the focus of the rest of the lobby. It's not looking good here.
And not only that, but they're also getting battered by these Storm Surge ticks. They need to connect at least one more shot, but they're losing the time to do so because they're having to heal instead. Valuable seconds. They could maybe catch some of these other teams that are also late on the rotate, but instead they're forced to deplete all of their shields, hoping that they don't get cracked because that audio cue might just be enough for somebody nearby to try and key them as well.
Yeah, having to force heal all of their resources at this point. Beautiful tags there is going to give them a little moment of relief, and that's exactly what has to be done here. So makes you appreciate having someone like Bolts on your team who can actually hit the shots that matter most. That means someone else on the lobby right now is taking that damage. If they're above, someone is definitely below. So these trades are happening in real time right now. Looking at the map, teams are starting to rotate in, now starting to get comfortable below them. If Bolts and Bryce can solidify their foundation, they have one of the stronger positions to actually close this game out now.
Almost makes me believe that they could have potentially gotten their hands onto that forecast tower as well, given that they were willing to commit to a rather central position inside of this last zone. But Queasy, Thomas, off the launch pad, they're gonna be some of the first touchdown front side of this next zone, and instantly Queasy trying to see if he can re-establish the height control, same level of success that they had in that last lobby. We know that's their game plan, and so does everybody else in this lobby.
I like that, though, too. He's got a lot of distance to work with, that natural elevation as well, not looking to overcommit, given that the zone's going to pull here. And it was the right call. It's going far south. You know, these are the things you can't really account for. When the zone starts to bounce like this, it makes a big difference. And Vico and Flixie with an excellent early rotate right now, taking advantage of everyone's decision to kind of wait this one out and come up and formulate a strategy. Huddy and Kovacs, though, below the surge for the first time on the tournament weekend.
And again, keep in mind, this is a duo that hasn't necessarily been struggling with surge, but they've also thankfully managed to find an elimination in the nick of time here. Kovacs gonna put his duo just above 127 now on that damage threshold, but they still got to make this rotate happen. They're trying to build up. They just expended their last Underworld dashes, and now the focus coming back their way as they try to scale this hill face. An armored wall is going to come out, and Kovac just seeing if he can remain undetected.
This is so impressive by Chicho and Trulix. Chicho's going to fall here to the storm with the refresh, which is so unfortunate, but they've managed to really earn their way through this endgame now. Can Trulix get to safety? They're still a long way in front of them. And it's almost bait that there's a zip line there. Don't take that, Trulix. He knows it. He's going to avoid that at all costs here, going around the sides now. He's safe, but for how long? Top 20 in sight. Meanwhile, on high ground, other teams now starting to set up the zone. Not as brutal this time around, a little bit more of a forgiving rotate here as things are going across. If you have high ground, though, you are set up. And Cammy and Seti are one of those teams looking to be the day 2 comeback.
But they might not even recognize the fact that Flixie, Vico, they've managed to get this wraparound flank coming from a much less congested side of the zone, but still, Seti, Cammy, they are due for a comeback, and they've got to go massive here if they want to try and overcome a lot of those shortcomings that happened in day 1. Huddy, Kovacs now getting held at the base of this mountain base. The zone pulls through Mount Olympus just so brutal with all these shifts in the elevation.
Vico and Flixie still alive as well right now, moving their way up, actually utilizing the zip line for a moment there. A little bit cautious, though, as he want to get to his teammate here. Who's on this ramp? There he is. Here comes the heals. They see a player below them, but they can't even afford to stick around. Unfortunately, Clixie misses the jump there. He'll just have to be caught up. Pico takes the build, breaks them all through the zip line there, and now he is crushing his way through. Meanwhile, Bryce coming up behind him. Kovacs lands a shot on him. It's not safe at all here inside the top 15.
The zipline trick is not going to work out twice here as Bryce hoping that he can have an opportunity to utilize some of the last bits of that Flowberry Fizz. But again, Cammy, Seti, full control of the high ground. But keep your eyes on Clix and Benno. They started ramping up. They might actually be close enough to get within striking range. And Tom's HD Queasy, similar mentality.
This has to be the hardest zone to make your rotate across here. Queasy knows it. Beautiful tag there, but not enough to stay alive. Thomas HD will make it into the top 10, top 7 now. Vico still standing as well. This is probably the most difficult zone we have ever had at one of these invitationals. At this lane here, it just gets so intense now. But give it a moment here, let things breathe. Vico's found his footing, down goes Thomas, top 5 now. Just moments away here from a potential win for Cammy and Seti now.
But the fact is, Vico is clutching up some very needed points as far as overcoming the top 3 inside the leaderboard. He's got the last little bits of his Flowberry Fizz to work with. Now he just needs to unleash. We know what kind of solo clutch potential he has in store. If he can find another elimination or two, that could be the difference. But Clix is dead. Gonna bring that one home.
Comes out of nowhere with a huge shot in the top 3 to put him right back into things here. It's Pixie who's still alive alongside Giannis. It's a 2v2. They have enough health and just enough material to make this one very interesting. Armored walls now starting to come out. Cammy doing the same here to try to conserve some material. Said he's got a lot to work with, but so many armored walls are gonna buy them time, buy them room, right? There's still the clock running here. Nice counterfire now coming up to the high ground. Giannis is exceptionally well in these situations, but it's not looking good. Cammy and Seti are just chopping away now.
Seti even opting for the drop down, but it might not even be necessary. The Polish Pantheon looking to try and take over here. Pixie, Giannis scrambling around the low ground, but Pixie falls. Only one remains. Seti's gonna look to find it.
Nice.
Seti takes it with the victory royale.
7 eliminations for Cammy and Seti. Seriousness on their face, given that they know there is a long tournament in front of them. Match number 8 is gonna close out. And it's incredible to think that this is a team that is always so prepared, right? So it's a new day.
Would you please give it up? Your Game 8 winners is Cammy and Seti! Do you want to hop up for me there, fellas? I'll come down, I'll come down. What a day, what a start to the day. Second game, a victory royale. You guys have been in this position before. Walk us through the end game there. It seemed that the high ground once again reigned supreme.
Yeah, I mean, we were at that side, so we just took the high ground because it was very free. And I think this is the first game that we really had Surge. And yeah, we're just gonna try to do our best to have Surge in other games and then try to win more.
Well, you guys as well, you've been in this position before, our 2022 Invitational winners. What kind of experience does that, guys, give you in moments like this, having been through the likes of that?
I don't even know. We just played high and we won. Like, I don't know. We just need to focus on the next games. Maybe we win some more, and yeah, we will see.
You seem very locked in as well here. As we can see, the 1.5 multiplier really changing things up on the leaderboard. A few more games like that, and who knows, you could be lifting the trophy again, Seti. Who knows? For you guys, how do you push through now? What do you do next?
I think we just have to stay calm, get Surge, and try to win more games. That's it.
And lastly, I want to say, it's a big day as well for Seti here, folks. It's someone's birthday today, okay? On a count of 3, can we all say happy birthday? 1, 2, 3! There you go. Whatever happens, thousands of people chant your name. One more time, give it up for Cammy and Seti! Happy birthday, buddy. And on that note, Game 8, as you can see, things are really changing on the leaderboard now. What will happen next? We're going to find out once again. A short break from us. Do not go anywhere. Don't be silly. There's loads more Global Championships coming your way right after this.
Hey! 20% of you slackers still haven't subscribed. Help me by clicking that subscribe button. It's totally free and doesn't cost anything.
Hello and welcome back to the FNCS game number 2 on the day, 8 overall. Seti, Cammy find themselves the victory royale as well. Fortnite fan, please give a big welcome. Kelly Link and Mini Miner as they join us here to break down this game. I cannot believe how insane this game went for the duo.
I mean, when we saw kind of the new season, we thought, wow, low mobility. This really seems like this could be Cammy and Seti's season, especially when we had the lackluster performance from Major 3. And then day 1, it was a bit of a disappointment, but they are here to show up now from the high ground, taking absolutely crazy shots onto some of the biggest names on the low.
Yeah, and it's something that we spoke about on the desk yesterday. This team have the potential to take high. I think if you're a traditional Fortnite viewer, maybe you haven't watched for the last few years, you might think, oh, this is a sort of low ground consistent duo, right? That never play high. No, that's not the case. These guys have learned how to play high these last few years, and of course they can pull it out when they need it. The zone really worked in their favor for them this game. We saw them setting up. Of course, it went all the way back over the Mount Olympus mountain. We saw Queasy and Thomas as well on the front side trying to set up for height, but with the way that zone pulled back, there was only one team that could take height.
I love there after that when they just sat back down, just leaned back in the chair. That's right, everybody. We're going to take that in. You watched it right. We got ourselves a victory royale. I would love as well him just calling out, you know, hey, we got dead side. We had our surge in check. A lot of these duos are still having those issues, right? Trying to manage Storm Surge.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, taking advantage of kind of that early high ground where they were able to kind of get those tags that they need from around the lobby, and then using it, seeing where the zone is pulling on that Mount Olympus south side mountain, where obviously if you get the high ground, you pretty much control the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, 100%. And what's most surprising to me about this is actually their first win of the entire chapter. So it's like, wow, how have Cammy and Seti not managed to get wins? It hasn't been their most amazing chapter overall, but this is going to give them that huge boost of confidence, because I was looking on the leaderboards going into this game, they were quite low down there. I think it was like sort of top 40 area. So this is going to boost them up in the standings. This is going to boost their confidence as well. And I hope to see more from this duo like that.
Also, what better birthday gift than to get a victory royale?
Not bad.
On the global stage. Why not? Happy birthday to you, Seti. We got to talk about a couple things here, like Peterbot and Pollo. Now 2 games that they've had a really difficult start, which is, again, it just feels so uncharacteristic, especially after yesterday.
You know, many at the top of the show asked me, Kelly, what do you want to see today? And I said, you know, I want it to be a close game when we get to game 12. But I don't know if I necessarily meant this. I don't know if I meant our top team to go down twice without any points except for a few elimination points. And honestly, I'm wondering if it's just due to these rotations that they were dealing with, the over-aggression that we see from Peterbot and Pollo a lot. Also, getting kind of third-party time and time again has just been such a struggle for them.
Yeah, they're struggling with their heals, I think. They're getting into a lot of these fights, not necessarily finishing them off, getting to use their own heals or having to use their own heals. And we saw it right there. Pollo went down first, and it was actually Sky that got the knock credit for that. So he was actually dipping off. Sky and Score was saying, right, let's go into the storm. But then they saw that little knocked Pollo on their screen. They thought, right, you know what? This is going to be a 2v1 against Peterbot. We then get the best medallion in the game. We get the best weapon in the game. It's worth a fight there. But of course, they didn't quite close out the fight in the end.
Speaking of uncharacteristic, using the armored walls to box up, probably potentially to revive Pollo, but unfortunately knocking Pollo out of the box instead. And I mean, I'm just guessing it's nerves. Obviously going down game 1 was a bit of a upset for them, and maybe those nerves they need to shake off for game 3.
That's right, that's right. I actually want to take it back to this boxing up of a moment, right? We actually have a listen in from that exchange. Let's see how this went.
I'm just getting the most unlucky loot of all time. We might need the bunker, bro. 79 alive.
We could actually, most DF whites to go back. I have one white.
If we don't get whites, we're dead, by the way. No heals. No whites.
Yeah,
you get any? You get any?
No. We could go campfire.
None. We need to go now.
Okay.
We still need more whites.
We're gonna go northeast like to the
pad
that you hit.
I need to pop my own med kit.
Yeah, pop your med kit and rest.
Wait, he just killed you.
There's bandages under me that I can use. 6 armor to be active without it.
Right?
Get the armor, guys. I'm on the other wall.
No, man.
Get it out.
I'm dead, bro.
Definitely a difficult situation for the duo. I mean, did you see how many different opportunities there was for any heal available at all and did not receive a single one? Sometimes it just goes that way, you know. That is a little bit of that RNG factor we're kind of used to seeing.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Unfortunately, there is just an element of RNG when it comes to Fortnite, and that does mean what you're going to get out of those chests, what you're going to find as floor loot, and unfortunately finding barely any white heals going as far as into the storm to get that bunker. But now, seeing where they are on the leaderboard, Peterbot and Pollo dropping down to second place, meaning that Thomas HD and Queasy are in first place.
Yeah, they are. I mean, what a turn of events right here. That's the first time this entire chapter that Peterbot and Pollo have placed outside of the top 25 in back-to-back games. And who's taking advantage of that? It's Thomas HD and Queasy. They would have seen Peterbot and Pollo going down in the feed, and you can see the way that they play this endgame. They weren't necessarily taking too many risks. You saw Thomas HD playing out those med kits towards the end. We saw them sort of poised for height as well just before that sort of 9 stone started to pull, and unfortunately it didn't quite work out for them. They were in the prime position for it, and of course, as we know, Cammy and Seti ended up coming out on top there, but it was this moment right here, Thomas just squeezing out as many placements as possible, 6th place in the end. It's not an amazing game, it's not a first place like we saw in the game number 1, but it's a very, very good game to overtake that first place spot.
And honestly, with the lack of materials that they had at the end game there, they played it perfectly. They stayed to the low, they stayed back so that everyone that was staying in the front of zone where all that chaos is in the low and middle ground would not be affecting them. But of course, when you get down to just 6 teams, eyes are everywhere and you will eventually be caught out. But still, with what they were given in that game, Queasy and Thomas played that so well.
That's right, and for them, you know, it was looking good for Queasy and Thomas, right? There was just one problem. You look up and you're like, we got high right. You look up, oh, steady Cammy. Nice. Wow, with that being said, though, we are prepared for more action here from the FNCS Global Championship. Game 9 is here and ready, so casters, take it away.
Yeah, you know, this is the dream for us as talent, watching this all play out and things starting to get close as we get to the final moments.
Look, everybody from a spectator point of view wants to see some close finishes, but Peterbot and Pollo, I don't want to see them bounce back because we heard it from Peterbot on the call, just the most unlucky loot of his life. But let's see what Match 9 might have in store. Just like that, we are back. Technically, MDF approaching the halfway point on today. And with that in mind, this is where the pressure is really gonna start to surmount onto so many of these players. Queasy and Thomas, they have made it to the top of the leaderboard, but now it's all about maintaining that position.
Yeah, the truth is that it's only gonna get more and more difficult from here on out. You start to see the reality of the situation, and that's you actually have a chance now to take it all away. Every moment is gonna come with that little bit of hesitation, right? That second opinion inside the back of your mind of whether or not it is the right move. But you have to continue to follow your instincts, follow your gut here. Worthy and Alex right now doing what they've done since yesterday, carrying in the momentum here. They've continued to win the drop. They're on 4 wins of the drop consecutively. And it seems like things changed after they started getting loot first.
And what's also really turned things around for them is, like you just said, they kind of led off day one with a couple of wins here at Restored Reels. Granted, one of those maybe a little bit more in favor for them to start with. Merstash Malabuka encountering some difficulties of their own along the way, but that being said, Malabuka, Merstash, the ball's in their court to try and bring this one back to life for them, because the reality of the situation is they have not been able to build any points for 2 matches already today.
Yeah, Malabuka, Merstash, clearly amazing players, right? And from the European region that we know and love. But let's jump in with Huddy and Kovacs, talking about EU juggernauts right now on the move up against Atlantic, Skrull, and Sky. Skrull and Sky rotated very early in match 8. Come match 9, though, they're looking to stick around and see this fight all the way through to the end, most likely. Kovacs and Huddy have a lot to lose here. They are in 5th place. Sky and Skrull have a lot to gain as they can fight their way up to the top 5 potentially with one good game, given the multiplier.
Sky and Skrull, they're definitely familiar with these early contest fights off spawn, but couldn't help but notice what looked to be either King or Phaser kind of lurking just a ways further north from Rebel's Roost in the distance. So some possibilities of a third party to take place. It all depends on just how noisy this exchange actually manages to get. And in fact, it is King lurking nearby, potentially hoping for a moment to just stroll through, clean up some easy eliminations, get those points online, because we've already seen King and Phaser make a deep run into the end game in match 7, and they're definitely hoping to try and replicate some of that.
Also looking to just scrap this building out for what they can here in case the fight does come down to the basement. Sky and Skrull doing the same as well. Luckily enough, they're on the back side of the building, so Phaser and King don't quite have lights and eyes on them just yet. But I'm assuming the attention's gonna come in shortly. Give it a moment. Kovacs and Huddy catch a foot there. They know where one player is.
And look, we're familiar with these battles, these early exchanges, but everything that I've noticed so far here today, MDF, is that it's very evident so many of our competitors are just freestyling every single part of their strategy here today. No one is on the same loop paths, the same rotations that they were making all throughout the course of yesterday, and that has made it incredibly difficult for some of these teams that I think just got a little comfortable with what to expect, now having to completely switch things up on the fly.
Yeah, even this battle is gonna hit the brakes for a moment, but here we get a little update with Clix and Vino in the early game. What's happening here is that they're just trying to get situated for the first time in what feels like the entire tournament. Sandy Steps is in the zone. That's going to change the dynamic quite a bit, actually, given that they won't be sitting in the storm potentially fighting other players, and other teams won't be just rotating in, expecting them to be there.
And again, Clix and Benno definitely like to play for the vending machine that's nearby so they can expend that little bit of extra time inside of the storm, tanking those early storm ticks without having to necessarily worry about it because they'll have that ample amount of white heals. But Skrull, Sky, currently recognizing the fact that there's more than just one other team nearby. And Phaser and King, they've actually got the cutoff route. The moment that any of these other two duos, whether it's Kovacs and Huddy or Sky and Skrull, chooses to try and depart from Rebel's Roost, they're gonna get held on the edge of zone, depending on where Phaser and King box up. But not only that, Phaser, King, they have to close out on that exchange because they spent so much time not getting early search tags.
Take a look at what's happened here. Aviv already has an elimination, and Bugha is right behind him right now. Remember, they land just a little further north, so sliding in, cleaning up house. Seems like Job and Michael were also here, part of this fight. Chicho and Trulex on the move right now, trying to get into the zone here. Being held out now by Bugha and Aviv. They're gonna Flowberry Fizz, get a move here shortly. Take a look at the highlight. Aviv comes in, finds Shadow, cleaning up what's left of Virgo. And then T1 Michael takes the punishing shot there before pumping the brakes and backing off.
Peterbot and Pollo definitely looking a little bit more set up this time around, but Peterbot gonna find himself momentarily chopped, and Pollo, the only intention from this duo currently is to secure this forecast tower, and with nobody else in sight, Pollo and Peterbot have just unlocked knowledge for every future zone this game, but now they have to make sure that they can actually transition this into a solid late game run because they've been cut short 2 times here today already. And again, no one looking to make it easy for this team.
Talk about Michael and Job. We're making that rotate out. Seems like an equally as dangerous duo's got sights on him. Vico and Flixie now making a move here, pushing into the wall, grabs the first one, takes the second. He's fast, he's quick. The reaction is so good for Flixie. And now up from top, coming in to see if he can end this. Vico grabs that wall, cuts him off, the double edit, the triple, doesn't find it. Backs off now. Great defense from Michael here as he finds 2 tags, so he is effectively putting up a very good defense, but I just have to, I was gonna say, give all respects here, of course, to the EU duo and back up.
That just seemed like such a stubborn battle there for Job, though. I mean, he could have looked to try and throw up another wall, maybe try and buy himself a little bit more time. Potentially may have just run out of materials, I'd have to assume. Michael down to wood build, so this duo definitely looking to be a little bit of shambles here. And Flixie, Vico know that they've got an extra 6 points waiting for them the moment that they secure this elimination onto Michael. And finally, another 12 points will be secured. And not only that, but opening up the opportunity to continue trying to control other teams that are stuck just on the outside, the edge of zone, closer to where some of the new POIs are located.
That was 3rd place. This is 4th. Trulex and Chicho, as we're bending into the late half of the tournament now. Much more of a difficult game for Chicho and Trulex here, who, again, clearly have a bit of a problem at the drop being held out. What a shot. It's almost as if every time we tune in, that Monarch pistol damage is incredible. Is finding its mark. So what's happening on the other side of the Sandy Steps, though? The zone landed here. We talked about that changing the dynamic of the game. And surely we're seeing it start to come into play now as Resigns and Dama have made it up the storm. So is Shari and Giras, the same teams here. But then off in the distance, you got Peterbot with the eyes on the prize here.
Not only that, but Benno as well, keeping himself concealed just enough. Gets the chop onto Resigns' floor. Also gets a few tags in, but still not enough for Benno to want to key him just yet. Instead, he's going to regroup with Clix and continue to hold down the station. But It's just a very difficult time to try and break away when you know that there's two other teams duking it out just above you on the hill.
Kovacs almost missed the train there, but he gets it just in time to join Huddy. They're pretty desperate if they're trying to secure loot from here. And that's the results, again, of sitting in the storm, being contested, being held a little too long for a moment there.
Huddy not even going to choose to stick around. They wanted the train. They nearly had it. But the fact is, MBF, they're going to have to leave this one empty-handed. And now, with only a handful of bandages in tow, Huddy and Kovacs could potentially be staring down the barrel of their own downfall. It was a risky play to try and make it for the train. I respect the call, though. The commitment, though, just impossible to find with so many eyes on.
Bunker play right now for Ping. No teammate, unfortunately, lost here just outside the underworld. So even for Huddy and Kovacs, there's still danger nearby. You never know who's sitting in the storm. Just really shows you that anything can happen. Meanwhile, Bryce and Bolts, this is one of the few times he's actually caught up with them, kind of in the early/mid game here as things are starting to develop. This time it's up against Body Out and Reason. The floor tick here for Bolt. Bryce playing the other angles. Bad damage, though, coming in first.
Padilla has just been on fire today. He is not willing to budge. The moment that he sees an opening, he is immediately shooting back and typically winning out on some of those exchanges. And now he's able to overtake the high ground because of the damage that he applied onto Bolts just now. But Reason, the moment he starts to crank up, another team in the distance, a solo even, potentially threatening his position. Got a few shots in, but Bryce, Bolts, potentially not fully aware of the damage that Reason just absorbed. And they're gonna choose to actually sit into the low ground and wait for a new opportunity to see if they can engage yet again with the Germans.
Reason and Video playing a dangerous game here, though. A lot of these walls are not theirs. They are sitting in all this Bolts and Bryce territory. Now they have successfully infiltrated, if you will, this base here and taken over a good portion of it. Bryce is looking like he might be going for the edit out. If I've ever seen one, it's definitely getting set up. They recognize what's happening, and for that reason, jump back down.
Again, though, this is a lot of time being spent from both sides, and we've already seen a lot of teams here today struggling with some of these surge thresholds and maintaining damage that puts them in a position where they can just be comfortable on their rotates. And the longer these fights draw out, the easier it is for other duos to get ahead of you, to look back, take shots, prevent you from entering a solid position inside of the zone. And Baka and Pars, a little bit more so in control, surge base inside of the heart of Nitrodrome. They've got a couple of white heals collected at the top of their base. Meanwhile, finally getting a little peek into what Cold and Acorn have been up to. Relatively quiet day so far, but we heard it first from Acorn. He's after that trophy.
Day 2 team, still yet to show us it today. Couple of points slipping down here from Acorn and Cold. You know, these things do happen. The adjustments being made by the other opponents have surely affected their strategy. But they will have to continue to adjust here, continue to make up for it. Bugha and Aviv seem to be on a faster track here today as well. Let's see what's going on here. So from one fight to a potential other, they're just getting situated. Seems like they found their home for now.
Slight gift as well. An extra bottle of Flowberry Fizz now to work with. Aviv and Bugha just want to make sure that they establish as much of a foundation as possible. Got a decent position inside of the zone, so don't need to make any risky plays when you're sitting with as much surge damage as they were, 333 above. But Acorn Cold tapping back in. It's Sato. They managed to find him yet again, but it's actually going to be Damo on the other side of the walls. Lot of traction picking up here. Just outside of Sandy Steps, and Acorn Cold, they're looking to collect. Cold still barreling down onto Cal Gamer, but just above the backup has arrived, and Cold, he's gonna have to disengage.
Yeah, Taman out of nowhere here, diving across, trying to get into this fight. Acorn and Cold almost had a set of eliminations waiting for them, but due to Clix and Vino shooting in at the box when they initiated, everything went downhill for a moment there. And now they're just trying to find a tag as they're below the surge, so they're in honestly desperate situation here.
At the same time, Acorn tries to take the walls there, but instead it's gonna be Cal and Amon doing what they can, but again, Cold getting a little bit too much foot traffic here. Cal still holding his position firm. He doesn't have his duo any longer, but Clix, Veno, they got the shots that they needed to. They know that they can third party this, no problem. Cold, he's so weakened as is. Cal just below. Two separate solos that Veno and Clix could look to collect on.
Yeah, they've definitely started to change their focus in purely onto Cold now as they send him running. Now looking to see if they can pick up the spoils of the loot from Acorn, but nothing just yet, as they're kind of lost in this mix. And little do they know, there is an Antilex and Sato here, right? So that team hasn't made any noise now, but look at that. They do secure the gear here. Very nice pickup for them. If nothing else, it was damage and new loot.
They basically just got to reap all the benefits of these exchanges that Acorn and Cold had initially established. And Cold, yet again, caught off guard, was trying to keep himself tucked away, but Cal gets the job done. At the very least, he'll have those two solid eliminations onto Acorn and Cold to work with, but he knows he's likely not safe for a whole lot longer here. Because Veno and Clix, they've got an idea. They heard those shots go off. They're waiting for Cal to surface from these builds. But at the same time, they also kind of want to get a move on because they don't want to get stuck in the storm for too much longer here.
Yeah, it seems like Vino's going to give the call out here. Let's just get out, play smart. Clix is going to have to stop and heal for a second. They're going to huddle up together. Cal Gamer will live to see another day. Very, very close engagement there.
I always think it's so impressive how every single time we check in with Queasy and Thomas HD today, it just seems like they have so much surge, and for good reason, but somebody who wishes they had a little bit of backup at this point. Kovacs just lost his duo to King, and this exchange has been trailing them ever since the Rebels roost. King and Phaser have refused to leave Kovacs and Huddy alone, but now Kovacs as a solo, he's got to deal with the likes of Reet and Ritual to his east, and not only that, but a collection of duos slightly west of his current position. A late rotate is going to be a necessity if he wants to power his way through here, but some of the shots that he's applying, he knows he needs to get that damage just above threshold, and still exposing his position. It's a risky engage.
Moving to Vive on the other side. Find their way to the new zone. The half in, half out already revealed. They're below the surge, though. They will have to find a duo or land on someone shortly. And from their sights, there isn't anyone nearby. There it is. Finally, they see a fresh build. It's going to be Teeny, and it's a single box. So the confidence is surging here, but Bugha, damage first. No extra heals. This is all around disastrous, right, for Bugha and Aviv right now. And it's only a matter of moments. They will have to do something shortly. Meanwhile, Huddy already out. Kovacs below the surge as well. Will fall here shortly if he can't find a tag now. But Reet finds it instead, and that's your fifth place team now. Consistency tossed down for once. And it's looking like a repeat performance of yesterday for Huddy and Kovacs.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to really be able to bulldoze your way as a solo through Reet and Ritual of all duos. Peterbot and Boyo, though, this is the furthest we've seen them make it all day today, so they're clearly trying to ramp up for a big performance here in the 9th lobby, but Clix and Veno, on the other hand, they've got Gears and Sherry in their sights. They've got a very efficient cutoff, but more importantly still, they need more damage. It's gonna take them some time, but finally Clix will connect. 77 above, though. The damage threshold just continuing to threaten so many of our teams here today.
Yeah, if you were hoping to get lucky with Peterbot and Boyo, that already happened, right? Like 2 games unprecedented. Doesn't happen often for them not to be in the end game. So this is everyone's chance now. The playing field has been even. Nicely done by Aviv here. Not only did he actually pick up and save Bugha, but he manages to find damage to keep them in the game and enough damage on the duo to have them to stop peeking so they can rotate, but it is not looking good for Aviva and Bugha. I don't know what more we can expect of them, but there are a lot of duos there. Toyota and Mapoli, the strongest Asian duo from day number 1. They finished in 10th, so they came in today with a lot to live up to, but had fallen a bit short now up against the likes of Aviv and Bugha here. What can Ping and Walks do?
There's ever a time to prove himself, it's now for Aviv, but he has so little HP to work with. But he has plenty of targets surrounding him. Bugha, though, just too low for the count. Sato's gonna find him. Aviv trying to go massive now to Reed. A little bit of spoiler, getting some tags and cracking those shields. But the fact of the matter is, Aviv and Bugha, they squeeze their way into the top 10, but they still go down for it.
Yeah, meanwhile, Thomas HD, you see there, just racking up eliminations, damage, everything that you could be hoping for. And there's another one onto K Shoto outside of the zone here, trying to make their late rotates. Clicks, it is not looking good for him at the moment, as he's also in the storm right now. Vino is down. This is just a desperate spot to be in.
Clicks, if anything, was just hoping to play for maybe another elimination at the end of the day, though. He's only got a little bit of sliver of HP to work with, but it's just enough. He might be able to clutch out at least 1 or 2 more placements if he can just stay hidden, fully concealed from the rest of the lobby. Only 3 builds, though, MDF. I fear we're looking at the beginning of the end.
Yeah, it's definitely looking really close here. 8 HP for Clicks, 3 mats to work with. Late on the rotate here, barely above the surge. It's just so tough. But he's staying alive here, earning little bits of placement, right? All this does start to add up here. Finds Mapoli, very weak. Almost gets an elimination there. Someone else ends up stealing it, but still, he's in the game right now, holding on.
He's at least got that 33 damage above the threshold. But again, MDF, it's just the odds so fully stacked against him. Any of these next builds that he crosses over could be his last. Teams could just be waiting for a perfect opportunity to scoop up a free 6 points. From the backside of the zone, though, Clicks continue to try and charge through, hoping that he can catch another player off guard, but he sees gone. He knows that there's a Notch body, but he won't be able to power through and push into these boxes with the armored walls going up, instead of trying to remain concealed. But Boyo and Peterbot, they're gonna find him.
Of course, it's Boyo and Peterbot waiting to catch them in the web. Look at this, though. Cammy and Seti, they talked about what they need to do in order to win this tournament here, and that is win more games. They got the last round, and then they didn't even sit down and celebrate. They know that they have to stay absolutely locked in here. But Queasy and Thomas HD are doing the same right now. Below the surge, though, things can continue to develop here. Biko and Flixie now on the move. 3 Elans. You're about Boyo, very situated right now, but low on material.
Low on material, not only that, but Biko and Flixie hot on the heels as well. You have to consider they're making up a lot of lost ground just off the eliminations alone. And Peterbot and Boyo know it. They're just gonna try to play it out and control the low ground for the time being. But with that reveal medallion scanner having just gone out, it's a fresh opportunity for them to see if they can close in on somebody else. Chicho, though, with a big tag onto CZB. That's going to be the knock. And Peterbot, instead, finding Badil in the bottom layers. That's going to be a beautiful refresh for him at Boyo.
This is starting to look like a 4-way race unless Dukes and Sphinx can get a win. They're another top 10 team, of course. But Peterbot and Boyo are cooking right now. And also, they picked up material here. This low ground performance is one to take note of. On the other side, Thomas HD and Queasy are also playing the low ground here, but not so hot looking for them at the moment as they are running out of material. So Very different start situations happening here.
They're at least healthy, though, and with that Gatekeeper shotgun primed, it only takes one good shot for Thomas HD to find the refresh necessary. They're going to continue to sink in from behind the rest of the foot traffic there, playing from the backside of zone. Peterbot, Pollo, meanwhile, staying ahead of the pack.
Thomas
has lost Thomas. He's going to opt for the medkit opportunity instead, and with 0 builds remaining, it's all going to boil down to whether or not he can even make it into the zone and stay concealed enough for nobody else to pick him off.
There it is. He's going to break through the sidewall. This has all been edited. Baka's very weak. White HP. The armor wall comes through. Not worth, of course, pursuing at this moment. He has to focus in on staying in the front side here. No build to work with. Enemy around the backside. Can he get one? More points for him. This is huge for Queasy now. Earning points, earning eliminations. He has to stay ahead of Peterbot, who is on the low ground with a down teammate. Peterbot, so much more to work with. However, it's still so close for everyone else. Another med kit is going to start coming out for Queasy.
He's just doing everything he can to survive. Peterbot, though, going to pick up Teeny in the process. Queasy finds another into Rapid. Not going to get a chance, though, to collect the body loot. Instead, he's scrambling, trying to remain out of sight here. Tulix and Chicho right behind him, but Peterbot grabs him in the end.
That's exactly what he needed as well. Peterbot trying to take back these points here. Finishing off Trulex now inside of a top 5 situation up on height. It's Dukes, though, with Peterbot looking to fight back. Do not count him out. It is all solos remaining here. Tito goes down. The next one is down too. Batman Booga sent back to the lobby. 3 players now here. Peterbot looking at 1v1v1. And another one. Down goes Bars. Can he find the final fight here? Dukes is excellent in these type of scenarios, but Peterbot is just a little better. Up top, the high ground hit is good, and he needs to go. And he does it again.
Peterbot, there is a reason why everyone is regarding him as the best in the world, and with a performance like that, he might just be.
Put him in the box, wrap him up, and send them back to the lobby is the motto here. Well played.
Would you please, forward, put your hands together for Peterbot and Pollo! My, Peterbot, that is how, that was ice cold. That is how you do it. Walk us through the last part of the game there. We just saw you sweep up. You are like unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't know. I just eliminated everyone. I mean, everyone was a solo Pollos on me. Gold Gatekeeper with Drum Mag. I was just eliminating everyone. It was pretty easy.
I mean, you're right there with the guy. The crowd are behind you too. Pollo, unbelievable work from your duo partner here. When you see that in the end game, how are you reacting? How are you feeling in that moment?
I saw it was 5 solos, and I just had a feeling he was going to win the game, too. I just had a feeling.
You just had the instinct. You just knew it was going to happen. Peterbot as well, obviously, the first 2 games, they didn't go according to plan, but that is the way to go into the break on this final Sunday. How do you guys feel like the first 2 games? Things are really looking good now going into this break. What do you do to regroup during this halftime break?
Yeah, we're going to talk to our coach and go over the first 2 games and see what went wrong, and yeah, we'll go from there.
And anything you want to say to Queasy and Thomas HD for the first couple of matches as well? I mean, obviously the crowd here are very excited too. He's checking his stats on screen. He's looking at the leaderboard, and we have ourselves hey, this is flip-flopping all the way here, but there's a difference in points now. You guys are back on top.
Thank God. God did.
Okay. And Pollo, going into this last part now, you two, how are you feeling? Are you confident that that is definitely within your grasp? 3 games left to go.
Yeah, I think we can win. Just replicate what we did last game and the other games we won yesterday as well.
Okay, well, let's see exactly how it's going to unfold. One more time, Fort Worth. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo! This is one serious Global Championships final. 3 games left to play today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Zeke, what do you guys think? This is blowing my mind.
My hands are up. My hands are up. I don't know what's happening anymore. I cannot even believe this. First off, how did this game end as a solos? This is a duos competition. Solos running around, and just the fact that Peterbot pulls off one of the most insane solo clutches, right? I mean, Pollo goes down in 11.
Yeah, and then Peterbot, one by one, systematically takes out the rest of the lobby. And you can see it in his load up right there. And he called it out, the gatekeeper, with that drum mag. So no longer does he just have 3 shots. Oh, is there 5 solos? Oh, perfect. That's exactly what I have in my gatekeeper. I am going to take down everyone. And it was such a good run from them on the low ground. Even though they did have a little bit of a rough start with these first 2 games of the day, they did not let that knock them down. And now they're knocking everyone else out.
I mean, this is what you need to do to win a global championships. You need massive solo clutches like this. I mean, these final moments right here, every single elimination, every single refresh he was able to get was just compounding. Look at all these builds that he was able to get. Double elimination right there was absolutely crazy. And I noticed when I looked at the Duke's POV, Duke's had no materials. So Peterbot had the advantage. This elimination on low ground was crazy as well. Peterbot had so many more materials than him, so he took high perfectly. And I thought for a moment there was a moment last Globals where Dukes had an insane solo clutch from the low ground. I thought, are we going to see a similar sort of thing again? But then, of course, it's Peterbot. He was only going to win that.
You know, they like to say that sometimes people like to put people into a false sense of security. Oh, Peterbot and Pollo, day 2, they're washed. Everyone else, this is when they put them into that sense of, maybe we have a chance. Oh no, Peterbot and Pollo, they're still there to fight. They're still there to show that they are the best in the world and at the top of the leaderboard.
Oh no, they've reclaimed that spot for just a moment. Thomas HD Queasy had it. And for a moment, it was like, okay, the reign's over. Could this be the moment? And then Peterbot and Pollo answered that question. No! Nice try, fools. I cannot believe what we just witnessed. And 10 eliminations. Remember, the victory round is worth 100 points by itself.
Yes.
You slap 60 points on top of that. Here we are. Here we are.
56 eliminations. Look at that column 1 in from the right. 56. Nobody else comes even close to that. The second place team, Thomas and Queasy, 29 eliminations. I mean, we saw them do it online. We saw them W King. We saw them being such a menace to the lobby. I think a lot of people, myself included, were like, are they really going to be able to do that on this global stage in front of the best teams in the world, in front of this amazing audience in person? Yes is the answer. They can do it. They can still do it. And I mean, that's a great response after the first 2 games. Wasn't the best for them, but that's a response of winners right there.
However, there are still 3 more games to go. We have already seen the leaderboard in first place change between 2 teams, and we do see that there are other duos on that leaderboard that are within reach. And we now know that Peterbot and Pollo are not invulnerable. We did see them go down in games 7 and 8. There is a possibility that that happens again. However, I love what they're saying. They're going to go back to their coach. They're going to go review specifically what went wrong in those games, and hopefully they never replicate it again.
That's right, and you saw them there on screen. They're right at it, right? They are really quickly trying to identify those issues. On the flip side, Thomas HD and Queasy, right? How they must be feeling. For a moment, it was ours, and now the rug pulled out from underneath them. We have a listen-in from this last game. Take a look.
Drop, stay down there.
On me, I'm probably dead. On me. I'm dying right here, and this 2 splashes, nice. It's hella solos, bro, nice, bro. You have 5 metal walls, 5 metal walls. Body. Also, bro, all solos, 5 solos. Nice, get 2 bodies there, 2 more solos. You need to reload. One's on height. I think you go up. Nice, bro. Just have 20 goals, but you can fizz. Nice.
I'm the best player in the world, baby!
Oh my god.
Come on! Let's go!
You're actually crazy.
Holy, bro, let's go!
Yeah, so remember for like a moment, like a lot of yesterday, we had that like super cocky Peterbot, and then like for the first 2 games he was there. He's back, he never left again. He was just like, it was like the dangling the carrot, like, yeah, everything's cool, everything's fine. These guys are beatable, just kidding. That's not the case.
I do want to mention, though, yes, Peterbot and Pollo did absolutely well there, but Queasy, a solo on the low ground with no mats, able to get back-to-back eliminations as well. Just making sure that they are still collecting those points because they don't want to see the 150-point deficit that they saw from yesterday.
Yeah, they really don't. Really well-played game from these guys. I mean, it's unfortunate that Peterbot and Pollo had such a good game from their perspective because this was another solid performance from them. You saw how Thomas HD went down right there. Really unfortunate situation. Queasy was actually able to pick up Thomas HD HD's materials once he was finally eliminated in the storm. So that just kept him going and allowed him to make this solo clutch. Some really, really nice eliminations.
Oh.
This one in particular, unfortunate that he couldn't get those builds, because I think if he could have got those builds, he would have had a little bit of a better placement in the end. But solo clutching 6 is so, so good. And particularly for Queasy, who I feel like people don't often give him the credit as a really great mechanical player. It's all about Thomas HD. He's the fragger, he's the best player in this duo, but no, Queasy has what it takes as well. He's proved it previously, he's proved it today. He is one that can perform as a solo.
And think just off that performance, right? That was enough to kind of, because Peterbottom could have run off, right? Yeah. And that was enough to just hold them on and just say, like, look, you're going to pull ahead, but I'm going to make sure that lead is not as big as it could have been. Props to Queasy after that, my goodness. Also as well, just a couple highlights from that last game, Dukes and Sphinx. Dukes making into that second place, they burned so much for that high ground, though. Still, second place, placement and eliminations, that's huge.
Yeah, and Dukes and Sphinx had a pretty good day 1 as well. So to keep that rolling into day number 2, to control high ground there as well was very smart. Cammy and Seti for a moment there had high ground, but then they saw that they had low mass. That's when Dukes and Sphinx went up. And Cammy and Seti very smartly dropping down, not even trying to fight for it, because when you have no mats, what's the point there? Dukes and Sphinx capitalizing on that awareness, did a great job in that game.
Yeah, they did. And as you mentioned, Zeke, it's always tough to sort of keep those materials going when you're a high ground team like that. We saw at the end, Dukes didn't quite have the materials to try and win that final 1v1. I expect to see this team making more end games, though. It's nice to see them getting that second place, as you mentioned, a really solid day for them yesterday. So building on that, not crumbling under the pressure of having that good performance in day 1. I'm excited to see what they can do.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fam, we are now at the halfway point of the competition. Only 3 games left to go. Our players have left the stage. Now they'll have a moment here of respite. They'll be able to eat, talk to their coaches. So when we return from this next break, we'll have more for you here from the FNCS.
Hey! 20% of you slackers still haven't subscribed. Help me by clicking that subscribe button. It's totally free and doesn't cost anything.
Fortnite's fun. We all know that. But how do we make it even funner? How about by playing it on one of the biggest screens in the world? Today we're going big. Big shout out to NASCAR for bringing us out here to the Texas Motor Speedway, just outside of Fort Worth, where we've invited some Fortnite players to play on the NASCAR Daytona Rocket Racing map. It's gonna be a great time.
I think the biggest monitor I played on is like 30 inches maybe, so it's a huge upgrade for sure.
Just to show y'all how big that monitor actually is, here, zoom in, see if you can see Veno. I think you need probably 1 million Venos to make that whole entire monitor. Yeah, he's waving right there.
It would be sick to do a tournament here. 100%. A tournament on the screen, bro? That'd be fun. I'd love to do that.
Come on in.
Big lev on.
Have you ever played on a screen this big?
No.
Not this big.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Damn.
Oh, okay.
He's taking a step.
He's
confident.
Take away.
I don't
Take
think
it
you're
away.
gonna win, though.
We're gonna jump in. We're gonna see who can get the fastest times today. We're gonna do some time trials, right? And it's live. Let's go.
You already
guys already
Ooh,
You're 6 laps?
He's played this before. I feel like he's
Where's the
played.
timer?
Maybe he's not played it before. The middle mouse button to activate your boost. Go on. Go on.
So you sit in this
3
minutes 20 seconds. Get a grip. It's a route. Are you next? 11? Isn't it 11? Evan's gonna get the worst score, bro.
Really?
Don't get nervous, Clicks.
And it's live. Let's go. 320 to beat. No pressure at all. But if you don't beat the score, it will be pretty embarrassing for you.
Can you see what the kilometers is, like with the numbers? Yeah, I see.
Oh my God.
We bugged them now.
What did I say? You're gonna be 2 seconds. You're gonna be 2 seconds.
You've lost a lot of seconds there, bro.
Let's see.
Clicks is rocking in with a
3:11.
That's why I said. That's why I said. That's why I said it was much.
That's not great.
By 9 seconds.
So Cooper's stepping up next. Oh, bit of a slow start there, lad.
Yeah.
Wait, how am I slow though?
I think you'll hit sub 3 minutes at the moment, yeah.
You got low key good. You got like
strong finish.
253. Oh no.
That's a good time. That's a good time. That's a good time. Canada, start your engine, lads. Let's go. Strong start.
Better than Cooper.
Hey, Canada.
Yeah, wrap this up.
No, there's a bug on me. No, I'm getting grief. It's on me. It's on me, dude. No, this bug's on me. I'm getting grief, bro.
Oh, no. What's it gonna be?
Damn, no.
What's it gonna be?
Ooh,
3 minutes on
7
the clock.
seconds.
8 seconds
short,
out.
bro.
Hey, at least
3
I beat.
minutes.
Do you think he beats the time? If I beat these two.
Who the worst is?
Who's the worst?
Oh yeah, your turn. Let me step up, bro.
Now,
Crazy.
Now it's time for the tutorial.
No, it's an overcut. Oh, no. Tutorial? Oh, no,
He's
man.
techie.
He's drifting.
He's techie with it.
This is a guarantee.
I got it. I hit it.
Oh, no.
Come on, give me a good time, please. Under 250. Under 250.
3. Oh my God, you're slower than me. You got slower than me.
Commiserations. 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 Nice try.
Nice
Get
try,
next
bro.
one.
Nice try, bro. You guys got next.
Let's go.
To
the winners.
To the winners.
Place.
Well done. Second place.
Yes, sir.
First place. Third place right here as well. And that was some rocket racing on the big horse. 218 feet wide, 97 feet tall. The biggest screen you guys will probably ever play on. What do you make of that?
That was crazy.
Some fun?
It was fun.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun. Especially playing the racing game.
Yeah.
That hit.
It was good. Hey, shout out to Rocket Racing. We're going to see you guys on the next one. Peace out.
Up here at the Creator Lounge, the influencers are plentiful. And let me tell you something, so were the vibes after that game. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo putting themselves back into the conversation. But now we're at the halfway point, and I just had to revisit a conversation from yesterday with two of our good friends, Blake and Somerset. Hey, guys, how are we feeling after the 3 games from today?
I'm feeling good, man. Like, we got a tournament on our hands. Peterbot had a bad first 2 games. Thomas HT, Queasy popped off. We thought like maybe Peterbot was gonna choke a little bit, but then he comes out with a crazy solo clutch. It was all solos at the end, a crazy game.
All I'm gonna say is Blake has been in support from Peterbot since the beginning. I may or may not have, but now I'm definitely turning my cheek onto them because they have been going absolutely crazy the last 2 days.
Awesome stuff. There's been a lot of surprises in the competition so far today. And Blake Heckett, why don't we throw a surprise your way as well? Why don't you go ahead and turn your head that way real quick? Everybody, it is Blake's birthday! On three, I need one giant happy birthday for Blake himself. 1, 2, 3, happy birthday! Go ahead, Blake, go ahead and make a wish right there. There it is. How you feeling?
I just wish to qualify for Global Championship next year.
That's how you know he's a competitor. Somerset, you are always by Blake's side. Any words of affirmation for him?
Happy birthday. You're getting old. Everyone's making these accusations that you're washed now. So next year for Global, you got to prove them wrong. Let's go.
There we go. Listen, we have some cake to celebrate with up here. There's going to be a celebration at the end of the day, and Queasy and Thomas are hoping to be a part of that.
Yeah, they really are. Can you make sure that you save us all three here some birthday cake? I would be devastated if you didn't, all right? I'm joined by Queasy and Thomas HD here. We have got ourselves a serious championship Sunday. Queasy, the first three games, I mean, we had ourselves a lot of points scored early on, and Peterbot Poyo going down gave you guys a real advantage to get up that leaderboard, and you were the top spot for a while. Walk us through those first kind of couple of games and how that went really well for you guys, ensuring that you are definitely in contention for that trophy.
I mean, we're just trying to be consistent, but it's hard to compete with Thanos himself, you know, so we'll see.
Thanos himself. I mean, Thomas as well. I mean, you obviously in that third game watching Queasy there, who managed to clutch up and just carry on going. You need those kind of plays in finals like this, don't you?
Yeah, I was like really hyped that he clutched up a few elims and he clutched from top 12 till top 6, I think, or something. Yeah, I'm proud of him.
Well, I mean, there's only like, what, 40 or 50 points between you guys and top spot right now, which is absolutely doable with the 1.5 multiplier. The last three games, does anything change for you guys? Is there any kind of strat coming into this you think this is how we go for it? Or is the consistency and the complacency of where you are right now going to get you through and up to that main stage to lift that trophy?
I mean, I don't think we can change much. Don't really have time to make adjustments, but we just keep doing what we're doing, and we hope it's enough.
I want to hear about one for a second here, you guys as a partnership. What is it like playing alongside Thomas HD? I guess a lot of people at home right now wishing they could be next to you guys, competing with you. What's this guy like playing next to?
It's amazing, and it's pretty easy to play, you know? That's about it.
Same question for you. I mean, this guy, he's done it all as well. Queasy is the man. Same thing. What is it like this season playing next to Queasy?
I mean, it's great playing with Queasy. Like, I don't think there's anyone else that I want to play like a LAN like this with than Queasy. I think he's like the best ideal by far.
Okay, we're going to see exactly what happens. Will they manage to go all the way and lift that trophy on behalf of the EU? I hope so. Let's head our way back over to the rest of the gang and see what they have to say.
On behalf of NA, I also hope so. That's just my opinion. Welcome back here from the FNCS. We just are sitting here at the halfway point. Man, that last game was so crazy once again. Obviously, we would love to see Thomas HD and Queasy win, but also that story, Peterbot and Poyo, the back and forth. It's a really great story.
It really is a great storyline, and I hope that we get to see both of these players make it to the end game for the next 3 games as well. However, like I said before, there is still an opportunity for other teams below them to climb up the leaderboard, and to not forget that this isn't just a fight for first place. Everyone is still trying to climb up this leaderboard, make sure that they get into those placements where the 6-digit figures are.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it there from them directly in the interview. We don't really have time to change things right now. They've had a very, very good day overall. Of course, they came out on top in game number 1. 2 very solid games here as well, going into the halfway point. It's just the fact that Peterbot and Poyo had such an incredible game number 3 that they really are just taking everyone by storm right now. Still within reach, though, as you mentioned earlier, Ronzi.
Yeah, and just look at this leaderboard here, right? Like, first place, right, 608, 569. So we got first and second kind of fighting it out. Third and fourth, right, in that 400, almost 500 range, they're fighting out. Fifth, all the way down to 9th. And you can even argue Bolt and Bryce are even trying to fight up into that competition. Guys, this is still anyone's game. We only have 3 games left to go. During this halftime, what do you guys think is kind of going through the players' minds? What are the things they're looking to change? Because the moment you fall, if you start this game and you fall outside of placements or eliminations, now you're only going to have 2 games left, and then vice versa, 1 game left. There's only so many opportunities left, Kelly.
You know, it's interesting because we've now had 2 interviews of Peter and Pollo and now Queasy and Thomas HD, and there's a bit of a juxtaposition for what they're doing during this halftime show. Where Peter and Pollo, they're going back to the review, they're talking to their coaches. Whereas Queasy and Thomas HD, it seems more that they are kind of calming themselves. They don't want to look too into it. They don't want to kind of freak themselves out because maybe if they doubt themselves now, it's only going to get worse from them. So I think it really depends on the player, on the duo, how they're going to be able to kind of handle this situation going into the final 3 games.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is their situation of spawn as well. Of course, Peter and Pollo, they have the best medallion in the game. They have the best assault rifle in the game as well. Their plan right now, their main concern is getting landed on. What could happen in these final 3 games? Could there be a team in maybe 50th place, down there, 40th place, that could think, you know what, we've got 3 games to make something happen, 1.5x points, why don't we just go for the best loot, see what we can make of it? If Peter and Pollo can do it, why can't we? I don't think Queasy and Thomas have that same concern. Yes, they're not in first place, but their drop spot isn't necessarily the most overpowered drop spot. It hasn't got those medallions, it hasn't got those mythics. So I think that's where the difference in their strategy and their approach to this halftime break has been, because I think Peter and Pollo are in that danger zone right now. Anything can happen.
I mean, we heard at the start of the day, I believe it was Acorn and Cole, that they said, listen, if we're up there in 2nd place and it's Peter Pollo, we're going to be landing on them. I don't know if they're going to be doing that now, but still, that does showcase that that mentality is in the mind of all these competitors, that they are willing to do something crazy to change things up. And of course, that brings us back to the reminiscent days of Invitational 2022, where it was Queasy and Veno dropping onto Cammy and Seti and making one of the best plays that we have ever seen in the FNCS ever.
Just imagine for a moment. Let me just paint you a mental picture. And I'm not saying this come true, but I did write it in the script. Peter Pollo, suddenly, Thomas HGE, Queasy, they're both contesting each other. They decided we're going to fight it out right here. And then all the rest of the lobby is just like, we're also going to be part of this. We're just going to eliminate both of you. And just kidding. I hope that doesn't happen. But that's a very interesting point. In that moment, you know, in Invitational, we would have never, and I don't think anyone would have ever imagined that was what the play that would have been made. And so here with 3 games left, you got to start thinking as a duo, like, bro, we can make one of those plays. It's high risk, high reward. But at the end of the day, like, it could win us a global championship. It could send us into the top 10 and receive life-changing amount of money. I mean, there's so much on the line here.
I think that was a very specific situation, though, in the Invitational, where Cammy and Seti and Queasy and Veno were so far ahead of the competition that even if Queasy and Veno did go down in 2nd place, they would have been there regardless, because they knew that Cammy and Seti were so much stronger in the end game there. So I think that as far as other players landing on the raft, because there was at 1.4 teams, why not 40 teams? I think that is a very specific situation, because a lot of these teams are still trying to climb up that leaderboard and not sacrifice those placement points.
I think it is a specific situation, but I also think it's a specific situation that could actually happen, right? With how well those top 2 teams are playing, it could happen, Zeke.
That's right. Our players are taking the stage once again. They are preparing themselves mentally. But this is not the only competition that has been going on this weekend. There's another one happening on the Fortnite Battle Stage!
So we're here, Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Dallas. So here's how it's gonna work. We're gonna have each individual on a band. They're all gonna compete amongst themselves. The top player at the end of a battle stage competition will advance to the next round. And the next round is gonna be the finals for Battle Stage Dallas. At the end of Battle Stage Dallas, we will crown the best Fortnite Festival Battle Stage champion.
So this is arguably like the largest prize pool in like guitar game history, and the fact that Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Champions is happening at all is like, it's incredible.
This is the most calm, the most zen I've ever felt going into a tournament. Won 3 national championships in the old days. Looking forward to maybe adding another.
All right, guys, welcome to round 1 of Fortnite Battle Stage Dallas. May the best rocker win.
Held you right out. I'm gonna win the whole thing.
somehow I pulled it out at the end by just a couple thousand points. I'm barely shaking now still. I'm still shaking. I'm sweaty. That was very nerve-wracking, but I'm glad that we were able to get it done. All right, guys, welcome to round 3 of Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Dallas. Nerves being up here is just insane. Like, you are not prepared until you get up here. Battle stage is completely different from main stage. Like, it's truly competition at its finest.
Hey, this is my first time playing at an official tournament in over a decade. It feels pretty good. Let's be honest here. So let's go!
Welcome to the finals of Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Dallas. And for the winner, we've got a little something special.
Where's my D-pad? I dropped activating!
Congratulations, Moose, for winning, and congratulations to the Rift Raiders.
I did it for him. He couldn't be here with us today, but I was here. He was here with us in spirit, and I did it for him. My best friend, I don't even know how to feel yet. I don't know. It doesn't even feel real at this point. But it is real because I'm holding the golden guitar. So that's very cool. I could be more happy with how I played. I hope we see more competitive events like this in the future. Because, man, so many people getting into great music, so many people getting into competition. That's what it's about. Love it.
Well, next time, I'm definitely bringing it home. Moose better watch over his back.
Shout outs there. Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Champion. That's what I'm gonna be doing after this. I know this has been super fun. I'm just gonna go. I'm terrible at that. let's just. Yeah, anyway. Here we are though, back once again. We are almost ready to jump back into the action, as we kind of talked about. Only 3 games left to go, and then we are looking to crown global champions. Kelly.
It's finally happening. I mean, since 2023, where we saw Cooper and Miro raise their trophy, I've been waiting for this moment, and to see these 2 teams so close in reach of that title of the FNCS Global Champion, I cannot wait to get into this next game.
I'm so happy it's close. I'm so happy it's so close. As a neutral, if you're watching and you don't have a team that you're following, I think it's so good that things are so neck and neck going into these last 3 games. And of course, with that 1.5x points multiplier, anything can change so quickly. So even the likes of Vico and Flixie, if Peterbot and Poyo, Thomas and Queasy don't have a very good end to the day, Vico and Flixie could be your FNCS Global Champions for this year. So it's still all to play for, and it's gonna be electric, Zeke. This is really where, this is the business end of the competition, we call it.
I know, we just cannot discredit this Victory Royale. 100 points. Yeah. I mean, right? A single duo could find themselves a Victory Royale, and then everything changes. This leaderboard shakes up. We could see Peterbot and Poyo have a slip-up like they've had, right? The same thing for Thomas and G. Any of these teams could. Now, we don't want that.
No.
But it could happen with 3 games remaining.
Yeah, and I love the way that these end games have been going. We've had wins from the high ground. We've had wins from the low ground. We've had solo competitions. We've had 2v2v2s. It has just been an all-encompassing experience of what Fortnite has to offer.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of everything, haven't we? Solo clutches went crazy. Of course, there's that one game today where we had like 5 or 6 solos just in the game alone. So yeah, we've kind of had a little taste of everything. Now this is where things get really serious. I expect to see a little bit of change of strategy from some of our teams that maybe aren't doing so great. Some of the teams at the top, I think I'm expecting more nerves from, because this is really where it's make or break.
I think this is also where we're going to see a lot of issues with Storm Surge. A lot of players playing as safe as they can possibly be, because they don't want to get eliminated. Regardless of going for those eliminations, they want those placement points. So I think that it's going to be a bit of a struggle for a lot of the teams that don't have kind of those off-spawn fights or other duos near them. They're going to have to make some big rotations to get those tags, or at least have some strategy in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to start diving into what has changed, right? These players have had this time to kind of just wash away. Those first 9 games don't matter. We just have to show up for the next 3. These next 3 games will define our legacy, the legacy we leave here at the FNCS Global Championship. It is time. This is game number 10. Let's load right back on that battle bus with MDF and the best taco.
Thank you guys so much. And yes, MDF, we have officially crossed the halfway point. Match number 10 is in sight. And what's even more crazy to even consider currently was that performance out of Peterbot to close things off, because so many of these teams, they just had to sit and ice out for 20 minutes watching that. But we're ready to see what match 10 has in store for us. And like I'd already mentioned, MDF, everyone witnessing Peterbot's pop-off to conclude match number 9, then you go with your duo, you sit and you wait, think, talk, but what do you do realistically when you are dealing with the Thanos of the lobby?
Yeah, I mean, hey, they said it, we didn't, right? This is the truth of the matter, is that everyone looks up to this team as clearly the most powerful in the lobby, but now that we are in the back half, I mean, that short break does allow for other teams to try to sit down and formulate a strategy. 30 minutes between a game where you get to look into the VOD, look into the replay client, right? Feel out what exactly is going on around you is a huge, huge opportunity. I mean, even now, we're seeing people like Acorn potentially find fights there in the feed, but Huddy and Kovacs need to just escape this duo, quite honestly.
Seems like Sky beat Huddy and Kovacs to the punch. He's actually got a Gatekeeper shotgun, which is going to fare significantly better, you would think at least, but Huddy actually going to find the first assault. Sky has been knocked. It's exclusively down to Scroll now to try and stay alive, but he's not going to be able to make it work. Huddy and Kovacs, once again, fully in control and commanding Rebels Roost.
Very nicely done for them now, as we are just jumping into things here. Peterbot, Boyo looking pretty good now. What's happening though? There's action happening here at the raft. They don't want nothing to do with it as they're shying away. Swizzy and Japko get a little bit of loot and just back off as fast as possible. You know, it is pretty interesting to think about a 40-point gap that was once at the start of the event, closed, and then all of a sudden sprung right back into the action come the back half. So really showing you that when Peterbot and Boyo win a game, it's usually explosive.
And the other thing that's important to note, though, is over at the raft, sure, we're seeing quick departures from Swizzy and Yapko, but their intent for 2 days in a row now has been exclusively get what they can and then immediately start to head towards the weapons bunker. That's been their big play, is trying to establish their surge damage around the underworld, around Grim Gate, but for Clix and Veno, it's another beast entirely. They're dealing with Damo and Resigns. Resigns, though, not going to be able to work his way out of this one, but Clix could pay the price instead. Cuts off into the corner. Damo left to fend for himself here, but Clix is incredibly low. Veno has been knocked, and it's going to be Oshi coming out on top. A massive upset for Clix and Veno. They were inside of our top 10, but with that confidence secure by Damo, this is a real opportunity because this is the fastest conclusion we've seen yet.
Yeah, and you know, you saw what happened there. They didn't have material to work with. Things ended so fast, and not being able to secure the elimination itself is also just small points lost here. Jumping in with Chicho and Trulix, finding body tags. The Monarch pistol obviously hitting in the range of that 60 plus, but Kanata and Cooper, this is the earliest we've seen them go head to head up against Alex and Worthy, forcing them out of the drop. That was just one of the two, though. Malibuka and Mustache not happy with Kanata and Cooper taking their pickings here. This is almost a throwback to the Invitational when Kanata had beef at the racetrack up against Malibuka and Mustache.
Malibuka, Thomas HD at the time, but things have shifted because Kanata and Cooper finding that singular elimination now puts them in a power position here at Restored Reels. They have a very real opportunity as well to try and see if they can look for not just the solo, but also taking advantage of the other half section, because keep in mind, Restored Real is usually getting split between only 2 duos, but since Alex and Worthy got cut off so soon, that's going to be even better opportunity still, because Kanata and Cooper know that that POI has not been fully looted.
Well, matches 9 and 10 have been very interesting, since we can see that the zone is going to remain down south once again, and Peterbot and Pollo saw Clix and Vino get eliminated, and they wasted no time to rush in and secure these eliminations up against Resigns and Damo. Damo seems to have escaped outside of the Sandy Steps, but it makes sense, right? They would come in and just finish the job.
But Peterbot and Pollo also knew that if Clix and Veno aren't there, they have zero fear of Oshi, and they've been very open about that. Japantini, on the other hand, they've also joined the fray here at Restored Rio's. Malabuka, Merstash, they've got 1 elimination as well. Teeny and Jap find themselves boxed in the center. They're trying to see if they can escape, but they're both going to pressure onto Malabuka's walls. Malabuka hasn't had his shield fully cracked just yet, but he's definitely low enough. Same could be said, though, for Japantini. Armored wall going to cut off that aggressive path from Merstash, and they'll have a moment to regenerate their shields.
Japantini have fallen down to 12th here, but still are very much in the running here. Let's not forget 1.5x points to be earned, so every game having that much more significance on the standing. Look at Teeny slide up behind Malabuka and find an elimination right there. Very nicely done. And in quick fashion there, picks up the loot. He desperately needed that. He's only got 200 material even now. Tap on the other side, though, getting tagged off in the distance. Teeny looking to finish off Giras and Shari, who seems to have rotated north from the south after seeing Clix and Vino go down. They're like, oh, okay, there's no one in third party. Let's go the opposite way. Everyone's adjusting.
And I think that adjustment was so unexpected for Malabuka and Merstash. Malabuka was trying to stay hidden because he recognized the fact that there was Giras and Shari on the other side. But again, Teeny, Chap, wasting absolutely no time, just caught in the center of the action.
I just want to say how interesting that Peterbot and Pollo see Clix and Vino fall and they push in. Giras and Shari see it and like, let's get out. Very different philosophy, very different strategies at play there, but nonetheless, we progress here onto Bryson Bolts now, who have a little bit of this high ground spot here. Bryson Bolts continue to kind of remain inside this top 10 conversation. However, still shy of a victory royale to really propel them up towards the top.
For sure, but for Baka and Pars, this is a site that they haven't had a chance to really take too much advantage of in a while. Their drop by the ship-it station usually leaves them in contention to be able to look at a forecast tower or two, but because of the action that's been taking place between Vico, Flixie, Peterbot, Pollo, all these other duos trying to establish their dominance over these forecast towers, it's been difficult for Pars and Baka to work their way into that conversation. But again, this is also partially Domino's effect because Peterbot and Pollo rotated so early on to push Damo and Resigns off of the Clix Veno eliminations that now it's left an opening for Baka and Pars to set up home base around the forecast tower that would typically be contested by Peterbot and Pollo.
Ryzen Agers looking to see it. They can get a couple tags on a team rotating nearby. Well inside the top 10 here. We can start shifting our conversations a bit towards the prizing as well. Let's not forget how significant it will be as you start breaking into top 10. The difference is in what you earn up towards top 5. That's what players are going to start having to worry about as well, given the performances. Even if first place is not in the question, you want to be up as high as possible.
And that's also an interesting dynamic to consider because some of these teams that are outside of that top 25 in the leaderboard, this might just be a prime opportunity for them to be as reckless as they want because realistically, 6 points per elimination, if they're able to stack 3, 4, possibly even 5, it's never going to be easy, especially not at the caliber of a global stage lobby. But when you know that everybody gets money and when you see such distinct gaps between the prize pooling just for 1 or 2 point placements higher, it's definitely worth trying to key after.
Yeah, Vico and Flixie thinking about keying Shadow and Virgo. On that note, Shadow and Virgo very much aware that this bunker's gonna open here. Now looking to back off, seems like they've sort of met their match. We had time to catch up with Vico's parent, and they said they expect Vico to get much more eliminations today. That is what is the hopes. And look, he has done just that. He is in third place right now. Vico and Flixie absolutely have proven to the world that they are a scary team and someone to be respected.
Just seeing the way that Vico's mom is so invested, though. I mean, granted, I would imagine that any parent would be, but it's just the emotional display. I can only imagine what it's like, because even for us watching, the anxiety is bound to hit. Nerves definitely starting to build here, but the shots have to stay clean as ever for all of these players involved, because you might not have as many opportunities as you would hope for, and Sphinx managing to connect some very optimal shots with that striker burst assault rifle. He's definitely under a little bit of duress himself on the top of his surge base.
Haven't seen much of the early game from Dukes or Sphinx, but they are creeping their way up the standings. Just a silent team at the moment. On the other side, Bugha and Aviv looking to make some noise here at the Reckless Railways. I was just gonna say, but you gotta be careful, because here comes Flixie and Vico coming back to home territory. First tag's gonna come out onto Aviv by Flixie from the low ground. A great peek, and Aviv's gonna respect the damage coming in from Vico now and back off.
But both of these teams need to be wary of the fact that they don't want to get caught outside of the zone for a little bit too long. Teams inside of the zone already managing to build up more primary positioning, and when you're trying to break through some of these surge bases that are in more of that central map position, it can be very difficult to work around and still retain as many resources. All of these splashes, a little bit of Flowberry Fizz that Vico has left over. It seems right now he can definitely buy himself more time than what Bugha and Aviv had to offer, but because of that factor, Bugha, Aviv, they're not really interested in the fight.
One thing to note too, the bunker, not really talked about how much ammunition it serves out to the players that secure it. You saw there, Vico and Flixie had 300 ammunition apiece, where you start jumping into other teams who are quite literally dwindling down on resources so soon, they'll start to run out.
It's a big part of the reason why Kovacs seemingly wants to see if he can find another refresh if possible, but again, teams next to the Nitrodrome fully aware of the fact that these last little bits of metal are probably gonna have to be the hard mats that carry them through the rest of this mid game. Some nice connections though. Rapid, that is a big knock.
A huge knock there, and look at this, we jump back in and Flixie's actually down. What went wrong? And now it's up to Vico to try to play this one out. We saw Flixie lurking, trying to get a weird angle onto Aviv and Bugha, and they might have actually caught him off guard.
Aviv and Bugha may have even falsely alluded to Vico and Flixie as if they were, trying to just escape, but in actuality, they were really just setting the trap all along. Flixie was playing rather separate in the first place, and yeah, here, you can already tell, shields cracked, low and exposed, and too easy for the big cheese to take care of.
Aviv and Bugha on the move now. No one in sight here as they get a nice clean rotate down the river's edge here. This is match number 10. The back half of the tournament is very much underway here. Aviv and Bugha have a long way to go if they want to break into that top 10, but they are knocking on the door now, as several eliminations and a good placed game here will put them inside the conversation. And this is after having such a struggle day one, right? Completely, almost unheard of for Bugha and Aviv, but this day two performance is one to be impressed with. Meanwhile, Huddy and Kovacs, from one bad game the previous round, seems like they're carrying that bad vibe into this one here as well. It's not looking good.
From the frying pan straight into the fire is what it feels like currently. For continue to try and make his escape. Chap, though, intent on looking for the confirmation of this next elimination. He wants the points, but more importantly still, he wants the siphon of those materials. All the little goodies that Huddy might still have to offer with his loadout as well. Keep in mind the splashes and the ammunition go a long way for some of these teams that don't have those weapon bunkers like you already called.
Vico has now brought back Flixie with the reboot van. The most important part about losing your teammate, I think, is the time lost, right? And the resources handed over to the opponents to, of course, secure it. Sure, you'll have time to kind of get back into the swing of things, but you are very behind on time now, which obviously is so valuable, and you do not get back.
Well, I think what's even crazier still is the fact that they were still a couple hundred damage above the threshold. Despite this setback, they are still in an okay position to try and crawl their way out of the hole that Aviv and Bugha essentially placed them into. But top of Rift Island, definitely starting to heat up here. Muzz, Epic Whale, after some very essential material. They have 0 metal though, and that could be a massive detriment as the mid to late game transition begins to unfold, because they're gonna have to play exclusively off of brick walls if they enter any engagements at the top of Rift Island here.
Still very, very difficult spot to be in for Huddy here. They have the damage, not much more than that. That's really the truth of it. Look at how many teams have also began to kind of house up here on the Rift Island. You have the likes of Muzz and Epic Whale, amongst others. Huddy here just trying to figure out what he can scrap together. Material is extremely low here. Even now, he's playing with fire here as he's trying to inch his way into the structure above, getting ever so closer to visuals and company. But on the other side, Peterbot and Pollo making a move here from the outside of the zone now, and they are not looking too hot down at the Red Vine rig.
This could actually be a big spot of trouble here if Peterbot and Pollo aren't careful. They had teams on both sides of them as they continue to try and work their way into Brawler's Battleground. Just look at the amount of materials they've had to expend already, and they're still sitting just outside the edge of zone. All the while, Vico, Flixie, they have cracked into the edge, but now they've got to try and break past Reason and the deal.
This is a fight they've seen before. No strangers to one another on the European region. However, there's still Michael and Job also firing in on this fight, so it's not just a clean 2v2. Vico and Flixie, though, have a lot to worry about. They need damage, but more importantly, they need this refresh. Job steps in and just gets crushed for a moment there, but Flixie damaged as well. Vico doubles down on the armored walls and actually finds the elimination. Meanwhile, Pollo and Peterbot are fighting their way in as well. And this time it's up against Cold and Acorn.
Cold and Acorn have been struggling today as far as their surge has been concerned, and big part of the reason why they don't have that direct contest that they were able to depend on in day number 1 up against the likes of Andalix and Sato. So taking this exchange with Peterbot and Pollo, it's only gonna hinder both teams at this stage, because Baka and Pars, they're starting to put their heads into the mix, and Resigns, a lone soldier, he's not gonna be able to make it out.
Huge pickup for Epic Whale, though. He's actually gonna be the one to get the last tag from the Rift Island down onto Resigns there. Meanwhile, you would have thought it was Damo who was close nearby, but no, it's Agers in the storm, looking like a solo as well. What is happening here? This is gonna give a sense of security to Pollo and Peterbot when the scan comes out and they see Agers potentially there in the distance.
Yeah, they're also gonna recognize the fact that he's a...
They're gonna think he's a solo, but he's not.
Agers is just far enough away from Rise, though, that Pollo and Peterbot, you saw the confidence in that movement. They were full sprinting. They're not trying to hide anything about their intention. And Agers instantly recognizing the danger in sight. It's gonna fall back immediately. And now Pollo, Peterbot, they see his duo in the distance, and they're gonna opt to fall back. Agers and Rise will live to see another day.
Definitely a close one. Pollo and Peterbot are moving so fast as well. And you know, for good measure, they need more damage. They are not quite there just yet. Kiros and Shari gonna be the next ones up for Pickens here. But nothing is gonna connect. Getting close now to the top 25. Take a look at the highlights. You blinked, you missed it. Baka and Pars get deleted by the young Cold. Very nicely done. He's starting to heat up, it seems now. In the back half, that short break probably much needed.
That last elimination, though, that Flixie and Vico picked up off screen is carrying their surge damage threshold currently, sitting just barely above at 113 over. But Vico, Flixie, more importantly still, they need to find another loot refresh if possible. They're going to have to create the situation themselves. Meanwhile, Peterbot Pollo, this could be exactly everything they were looking for. Ed and Persa have fallen, and a big refresh of materials has finally headed their way.
That was actually so fast too, right? One of the fastest eliminations they picked up, but look, no heals were given out. You would think you catch two teams or a set of duos here on the outside, catch the quick elimination, and you'd be fully refreshed, but they are still in a very bad situation as far as heals are concerned.
Yeah, but it's all from rags to riches when you're looking at Thomas HD and Queasy's loadouts in comparison to Pollo and Peterbot. They are in tatters at this phase. And now, taking the flaming boost tube, they're gonna try to catapult themselves. It's helping them cover some distance, but at the same time, they're just still so far behind everyone else, very likely to get held the moment that they surface.
They go sneaking their way out from the edge here. All eyes on Peterbot and Pollo right now, as this is, again, one of those very dangerous situations they found themselves in where Pollo doesn't have much HP. Peterbot holding on with just a single strong foot. Let's see it though. They find a little weak ramp here, try to double out onto Jonathan Pixis. And nothing comes out. Pixie manages to level up just a little bit more there. And the hunt continues.
Peterbot and Pollo, though, they're going to send out their next scan off that reveal medallion. It's Siyun and Kadu. But Siyun and Kadu, they might even be caught in a different exchange of their own. Believe that they're applying some pressure onto Epicwell and Muzz, who are sitting on the low ground just underneath them. Cheeps as well, so incredibly hurt, but Peterbot, Pollo, they are just praying for any sort of refresh, but nobody is coming near them. Keep in mind that reveal medallion also marking their position on the map. People know Peterbot and Pollo are on the approach.
Yeah, Kato is trying his best to see if he can swing around this dead side for the rotate, but Peterbot and Pollo not having anything to do with it. In fact, finding more tags now into Kato. They're gonna recognize, we just shield cracked here, push in, take the wall. They didn't have heavy material before, so what did they have to work with? Armored wall comes out, give them a little bit of room, but different duos now looking to collapse in. Luckily, the tag was onto Peterbot and not his teammate. Otherwise, it will be rats here. Great Monarch tags, but they are literally operating on fumes right now.
Peterbot is down to his final 4 builds.
Wow.
Make that 3. He's still got 6 armored walls, though, but he'll have to be so meticulous with how he actually places them. But
Needed
just
that.
in time, Chris has been found.
It's not much. It's not much, but it's something, and down they go in 17th place. They just couldn't get a footing. Look at who it is. Vico on the other side here. Falls and takes the damage too. Out goes some of the immediate threat. And things begin to open up for Cammy and Seti. Once again on the high ground, Queasy and Thomas, also who are just on a day 2 performance of their careers right now.
The opportunity has arisen, though. Thomas HD and Queasy know if they can just close this one out in any sort of fashion, like some of the successful matches they've had earlier here today, that could be all the difference necessary. Only 54 points currently separates first and second place. Sphinx from the low ground, trying to take some chops up onto height. Success as well. Seti and Cammy will be forced to try and pave their way forward. Still looking to maintain a front side position of this next zone, but Duke, Sphinx right behind them, threatening. They're gonna have to push forward as well, though. It's only a matter of time before the two have to clash.
Sphinx and Dukes have turned their focus to high ground here. They want to be up on that podium before the weekend's over, and there's just 3 games to do it. Here we are in the final moments, top 15 now. Things are starting to heat up here for Thomas HD and Queasy. Material running low. They have to find the refresh here. Desperation will start to kick in. They saw the shield crack. Sidewall goes in. They're fully committed. Armored walls. It's all or nothing. And Thomas HD gets trapped and put down. Back to the lobby he goes, but we've seen Queasy be here before. He will have to figure out how to clutch up for the team now.
At least for a moment, he's gonna opt to play his final med kit. It'll buy him a little bit of time. He's hoping that it'll buy him even a placement or two. But now, pushing in late from the backside of zone, hoping that he can drop in overhead, sees bodies, here's the shots connecting all around. Prism is gonna get knocked. That's the refresh he needed. But the splashes, Queasy can't use them in time. He gets the elimination, but at what cost?
And it wasn't enough to overthrow the gap between him and Peterbot and Boyo. The small chance that he had, the crack in the window that was open, he could not fit through. And it remains as close as ever as we are bending into game 11 and 12 of the tournament. This is Bryce's and Bolt's chance to secure a victory. This is Sphinx and Duke's chance to secure a victory. Or can Cammy and Seti pull a trick out of the hat at this point and come back with another win today?
Seti is already out. Cammy may have been right next to him. Swizzy and Yapko, on the other hand, they're looking to be the ones to try and overtake the low ground. They've created so much space, but working through these pre-existing builds and even the buildings themselves here at Brawler's Battleground is posing so much of an issue because Bryce Bolt's in the mid-ground. Pixie as a solo. He's gonna opt for the medkit play as well. Teams falling left and right, and the solos left behind, just hoping that the duos clash into each other.
Japko and Swizzy, very solid team, doing what they need to. Beautiful tag onto Gyros, puts him down quickly. Teammate falls behind it, and then Japko delivered Pixie right afterwards, and they jumped their way up to 8 eliminations in the top 3 now. Bolts is weak, but Bryce is healthy. Sphinx and Duke's waiting their timeout from the high ground, listening to what's happening down low. The medallion's in full effect, so they have all the information needed, and they're cutting them off. What an angle from Bryce here to find one, now 2 on the low ground. Down comes Sphinx and Dukes. The call has been made. They're looking to close this game out, and they're a very weakened duo down here.
Duke's feeling good about this one, though. He knows that these players have got to be low. Final 3 builds remain. Sphinx right up above to back him up, but it's only gonna take one last shot. Dukes waited to see which hole Bolts tries to scramble out from under. Armored walls to surround himself for the time being.
That's so smart. He's got something to heal with. He actually is trying to survive it, but Sphinx was also ready on the high ground, and he has an extra med kit. It's gonna be so close here as Sphinx has run out of heals, and Bolts has one in 3, 2, 1. It is over, and Bolts wins the game via armored walls and medkits. I knew they would win one this weekend.
They were hunting for it for so long. It was only a matter of time before they were finally able to seek this one out. A big victory royale to surge their way up the leaderboards. Heartbreaking moment for Sphinx and Dukes, but they did their best.
Would you please put your hands together for Bryce and Bryce? It is good to talk to you guys. Walk us through the end game there. We saw the heals came into play, but what a way. The crowd absolutely loving that too.
We finally got a south pole for the first time. It went to the sand. We also got surge guns this game, so we decided to just stay our spot, get surge. After that, we made it to end game pretty easily. Once we were there, it was just refreshes, you know, it was just clockwork. I don't know, Bryce is one of the best IGLs in the game. I'm one of the best fraggers, and put that together, we're one of the best players ever.
I mean, Bryce, you know, we hear that from their Bolts. It was an incredible way to round things up here. Obviously, you guys want to get as far up the leaderboard as possible now. Walk us through this competition thus far. How has it been for you both as a duo?
It's been pretty challenging, but like we're the best duo, so it's nothing like different than NA East, pretty much, or NA Central.
And I got to ask as well, we heard it from these guys, Fort Worth. I mean, Fort Worth, let them hear you one more time. You've got the crowd on your side too here. That must give you a lot of wind in your wings as well.
Yeah, a lot of adrenaline running. I'm really nervous, but I'm also excited.
All right. You heard it there. Bryce and Bolts, one more time, give it up for your winners! Whew. Lots more coming our way here. Bryson Bolt's there securing the victory, but we've got 2 more games left to play here. What's going to happen next? You have a front row seat. Do not go anywhere. This crowd already, we know you guys are too. We'll see for plenty more right after this break.
Hey! 20% of you slackers still haven't subscribed. Help me by clicking that subscribe button. It's totally free and doesn't cost anything.
Hello and welcome back to the FNCS Global Championship. We just wrapped up game number 10. Only 2 remain before global champions are crowned. To say this last game was chaotic, I feel is almost like an understatement.
Yeah, that was chaos in its finest form right there. Our 2 biggest teams going down relatively early, although still getting those placement points, probably still holding themselves up in the top of the leaderboard. But big shout outs to Dukes and Sphinx. We've seen some great performances from them, but Bryce and Bolt with the win there. I mean, we saw it from Global Championships 2023. Bryce getting that 6th place with Chubbs. Now, bringing it back again to show how well he can perform on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, they said it right there. They have the perfect partnership. They have the best IGL, the best fragger in their opinion, and they think they are the best duo, which is, of course, what we got to see in this game right here. They're a little bit lower down on the leaderboards, too, so this is what the second day can do. That 1.5x points can really boost them up in the standings, which I'm sure we'll take a look at very soon. But it's this moment right here where Bryce goes down. Bolts, of course, had to pop that med kit, and Dukes just couldn't get inside of that box because he placed all of those armored walls. What a great strategy, and ultimately, it was because he had more med kits at his his disposal.
Such a smart play, and it's also a bit of a risky play, right? Because you don't know what is in Dukes' loadout there. You don't know if he has the medkits. You just have to make that call. And a lot of the times we see these low ground teams, when it does come down to a heal-off, kind of scour the low ground there, trying to find the medkits. But he says, no, I have to believe this is my chance. I'm not giving the high ground team a chance to drop down and eliminate me. I'm going for the heal-off.
Yeah, you just have to commit, right? That's a great point, because like obviously we as viewers, we have all of the information, right? We can kind of see everyone's healths and everything, but the players can't, right? They're just going, they're down below me, commit, health, the med kit. We don't have another choice. This is the only health I have, right? So very interesting to see. Let's take a look at our leaderboard with only 2 games left. How are things going? Peterbot, Pollo still holding on, especially after that last game. What I found very interesting about Peterbot and Pollo in that game, they started the game with bunker, right? But yet most of the game, they were just shambles.
Yeah, we saw how deep into the storm that they had to go for that bunker. And when that happens and you have to do a big rotate, they're landing over the raft, and it was a southeastern zone. And then by staying in the storm to get that bunker, you just have so much potential to sacrifice, especially when people are paying attention to all those outside teams going for those tags. You just have to use mats, and you're going to have to use your heals a little early in that situation.
Yeah, the casters mentioned it as well. They made a more quick south rotation, of course, within that very first zone to take out the OCE team down there that took out Veno and Clix, and I think they didn't get the forecast tower there either, so they were always back in the storm. They didn't know where that next zone was going to be, so they couldn't plan ahead. And we've kind of seen that a lot throughout the day and the whole weekend, I guess, with Peterbot and Pollo. They haven't necessarily looked like the most healthy team, the most stacked team at all circumstances and all situations, but they have the fragging power. They have the ability to pull themselves out of that situation, and that's what makes this team so great.
Absolutely. We saw there in a moment, Thomas HD jumps into a box, making the maddest play I think I've ever seen. What's interesting about this duo, right? Earlier on in the game, around 4th zone, they're sitting 700 above.
Yeah.
And then we go into like 7th zone, they're 400 above. And then kind of running out of steam as far as like maps are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, just 3 builds available to them, unfortunately jumping into that box. It was possible that Thomas HD thought that it could have been a solo, but Queasy, once again, just with that solo clutch, even though he wasn't able to get too much besides the elimination and an 11th place finish, that still adds up, Mini.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it was a similar situation to earlier on where he actually left the body in the storm. He couldn't get the heals and the materials and stuff that was on that body earlier. He went for it this game. He tried it. He saw those chug smashes, which of course can heal your whites, and he tried to go for it. Wasn't quite enough there at the end, but again, a nice game. Of course, Peterbot and Pollo there got 17th place. I think it was an 11th place for these guys right here, so they're getting the upper hand on them. They're getting the edge on them. It's just not quite enough to take over that first place spot.
This is going to be a fight until the very end. 2 games left to go, and then a champion will be crowned. Fortnite fam, let's get ready to jump into game 11 on the day. Casters, over to you.
Here it is. There's only 2 more chances now. Match 11 being one of them coming right up.
It almost feels so surreal at this point, MDF, that we are right on the cusp of crowning our next global champions.
Yeah, and it is really close at the top. I can't believe Queasy and Thomas couldn't take the small opportunity available, but let's see it. More chances will everyone get here in match number 11 to take their shot at the throne? Because at this point, Peterbot and Pollo have served up too many opportunities. They can't surely come up short, right?
You would think so, but at the same time, NDF, with a 1.5 times point multiplier, anything is possible. And speaking of crazy possibilities here, Brutal Beachhead, Gal Gamer, Haman, they're actually going to fly right overhead. They've recognized they have been completely outdropped. Their intentions are elsewhere. Sato and Andalex, though, on the north side of the warship here at Brutal Beachhead. Could be a moment for Acorn and Cole to potentially manifest their own destiny here on the day, because they have certainly encountered a fair share of struggles. And the contest also continues at the Rebels Roost for Kovacs, Putty, Sky, and Scroll.
Looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle right now. Huddy's gonna get a huge pickup from the drop right there. So that's the round out the loadout here. Shotgun, AR ready to go. Burst being a great option so early right now. Monarch pistol for Kovacs, so not exactly the best. However, this is a hot drop, so you can see there are plenty of drones flying around that'll drop good loot as well. But Scrolling Sky this time not content with what they've received. Back off. We've seen them do this before. Meanwhile, on the other side, a Power-Worthy and Alex kicking things off, continuing their domination over Restored Reels. They really have impressed us, I would say, with what they're capable of in the early game. If they can just patch up that mid-game, I mean, they would make OCE very proud.
Well, they've managed to smooth out the difficulties that they had in day one as far as that 50-50 drop is concerned and Restored Reels. The problem now today has just been Kanata and Cooper, amongst other teams, just closing in on that location after they see the exchange take place. But Acorn is currently situated here at Brutal Beachhead without Cold, and considering the Andalex as an elimination of his own, you have to expect that that was the one he found on the Cold.
Yeah, it's sad to see, but it's about the worst we've seen Acorn and Cold do in person right now, and there's a lot of factors starting to add up. Normally, they play very, very well, you know, being contested. However, there were some rumors Cold wasn't feeling 100% today, so that could be taking its effect here now, especially as we drag on later into the evening, as they've kind of slipped down, but shift our focus into the stars of the evening, if you will. Boyo and Peterbot right now really starting to take form here. Last game makes you wonder what all went wrong in the mid-game, given that they were just in shambles somehow. No extra material. And then on the other side, Queasy and Thomas had a opposite situation, but this time it's an elimination.
They pushed in rather quick to capitalize on Kramzu and Clone, who do land a little bit north of where Research Rock is at. And sure enough, Queasy just beaming Kramzu. Could have potentially just been a circumstance where Kramzu didn't even have time to react. He just got dropped in 2 shots pretty much. So well played to Queasy, Thomas HD for that one. Something we were just talking about in between these matches is the fact that Queasy and Thomas have been able to find the placement points, but what they need to add to it at this stage are the eliminations.
Definitely being elimination light is what's holding them back on the standings right now, but consistency is surely theirs, and that'll trump everything. Talk about consistent teams. Vico and Flixie have been online, but this time they have to be careful, have to be wary of Bryson Bolts, who are coming off a Victory Royale, given that they are another top 10 team. So that's not gonna be easy by any means, but a battle for the forecast tower is, of course, worth fighting for. And we've seen Bryson Bolts escape already with the cards, so.
Not only that, I mean, even factor in what happened yesterday. Bryson Bolts taking out Flixie when he did secure that forecast key card, so anything goes just about. Just because you get the key card, until you actually confirm it onto that forecast tower, you can't consider it in your control. Teeny and Chap, though, across the map, just putting on so much pressure here for Garrison Shari. No real opportunity for them to bounce back here.
Garrison Shari mixing up the strategies doesn't seem to be working going north at all right now. They were better off sitting in the storm trying to catch tags on the Clix and Vino. Jumping in with Chicho now in Trulex. Just outside the Doomstat. Big base here. Ramped out almost to see what they can find. Things are going to slow down here for a moment, but on the other side, things starting to heat up now for Chap and Teeny. Another elimination to finish the duo off.
They knew that Shari was a solo, though, after collecting Gira, so it makes sense that they would take the time to pinpoint his location. The surge damage, just such a massive necessity to collect early on, so that way they can have better control over their rotations as the match progresses. Because we are down to our final 2 lobbies here today, MDF. Walks Ping getting active now against the likes of Rise and Yuma, and they're gonna win out. 2 big eliminations to add to the tab as Poyo and Peterbot yet again, also finding themselves fully in control of the forecast tower.
They've doubled back, they've secured it again, and this means that they will have all the information for all of the zones coming up. It's such an advantage. And it's not just them, right? There are other teams, of course, securing other forecast towers. However, they have just been the team that be able to do the most with that information.
But now you've got a team with the best medallion, the best striker burst assault rifle, the best kind of opportunities to set themselves into optimal positioning thanks to the forecast. Shutting that down might not even be the focus. More so, it's just got to be other teams emphasizing even more still into their own gameplay to ensure that they can keep up at this point.
Miko and Flixie trying to keep up. I love that they go around, tag other teams, and then double back to the railways, always looking for someone who makes the mistake of getting to their drop spot, looking for scraps. Seems to be what works. On the other side, though, CZB Nathan, EU team going up against Bryson Bolts right now. Bryson Bolts are actually just waiting right now, probably not too sure about what they want to do. I'm sure they want to get back to farming as they don't have much to work with here, and CZB and Nathan seem to catch a read here. They don't want to take this fight.
Yeah, CZB and Nathan, they're in a far better position as well, just having that little bit of elevation to work with. So Bryce Bolts, they're likely going to head the opposite direction. But something I couldn't help but notice, last time we checked in with Trulex and Chicho, that surge base that they had established, the way that they were taking shots into Doomstad, wondering how much interference they've been playing today up against the likes of Muzz and Epic Whale, Reet and Ritual. Keep in mind, those two teams are trying to head. They're already softly contesting each other. They've been splitting Doomstad between the north and south sides, but when you've got Trulex and Chicho, such strong mechanical players, you know they have such crazy pinpoint accuracy, and they're holding you with the surge base from so far. It can be very difficult to actually work your way out of that location.
Especially if it forces you into another team that you're not expecting, which of course will be disastrous. Chicho and Trulex doing just that as well, talking about manipulating these rotates. They're trying to do that here. No tags right now into Rapid and Batman Booga. However, Trulex has got a completely different angle here on the outskirts. But the call's being made. Time to get a move on it here. They'll be one of the first to rotate now.
Plenty of rocks, though, to easily refarm some of the brick that they had invested for that first surge base. And just behind them, you can see Muzz, Epic Whale. They've had to maintain a low profile to prevent themselves from being victims of Trulex and Chicho's Eagle Eyes inside of that surge base. But the surge bases continue to pose issues for plenty of other teams around the lobby. Here we've got Poyo and Peterbot actually looking to see if they can capitalize onto Sky and Scroll. One above, one below. Sky Scroll caught in the center. But they're going to try to just finagle their way out of this one, sure enough. Poyo, though, just quick to the chase.
Haven't quite got the tags, though, right? So something isn't going right for this battle here. Clearly, the goal is damage and or eliminations, but none being earned. Meanwhile, Ping and Wox right here are in a completely different fight. Deep into the storm, just outside the underworld. Wox, who's at 3 eliminations here, clearly fired up for match 11 right now. Chasing down visuals and Braids. Finds the wall. Ping on the other side, gets the edit. However, Braid slips out.
This is looking rather dire, though, for Braids. For Wox and Ping, they've already invested so much time. They need this surge damage at this point, which is why Wox, he's so intent, so determined to make sure that he cleans up the other half of this duo. Not to mention the 3 eliminations as well. Wox and Ping playing super aggressive. It's up these final lobbies. A knock, though, is going to be a big setback here for Wox and Ping. They have some white heals to work with, but keep in mind, we just saw Trulex and Chicho's positioning. All the other teams as well that are based a little bit more towards that northeast side of the map are going to have ample opportunity to just gatekeep these teams that are still inside the storm, rotating so late.
Think about what they're fighting for. These are all of our top 10 teams we're jumping in and giving you guys updates with. You are seeing just why they are sitting well within the top 10, taking fights, dropping teams, making big moments every single chance that they get. And now Dukes and Sphinx are looking to do just that as well here, as they're sitting heavily in 5th here. But Kramsu, Clone looking for the double pincer here. Both sides are cut off, but Dukes and Sphinx double back one another. Good defensive walk thrown down there. The tags are even better, but Dukes, as mechanical as he is, can't take too many of those tags there. Will he be set back? Kramsu really pushing the agenda here, as is Clone.
Keep in mind, Clone and Kramsu, they're trying to make up for lost time. Queasy getting that initial elimination posed such a big setback because they had to make a play for the reboot ban. So now you know that they need some surge damage to efficiently move throughout the rest of this mid game. And Dukes and Sphinx, they wouldn't mind the refresh materials at this point. They're using up a lot of their splashes just to try and get the job done. Not sure which duo actually decided to start the engagement, but at this point, somebody needs to find closure before the third party trickles in.
Dukes and Sphinx gonna get another tag here onto Kramsu, but not much. Clone is also hurt, but so is Sphinx. Sphinx seems to be the one taking the most damage in this battle. All of these chug splashes coming out to make sure they keep him up. Given the circumstances, the Flowberry Fizz to reset the full HP now. They're gonna commit back into it. They're too deep into the water now to give this one up. They're gonna have to swim their way out. They need the mats, they need the material, they need everything that they can pick up off of Dukes and Sphinx here. And Sphinx and Dukes need to stay alive because they're inside the top 5, so much more riding on the line for them right now.
But again, the fact that they've even been held up for this long with Kramsu and Clone is such a huge detriment. There are multiple teams now beginning to filter in around them, and the way that the zone has started to pull over the likes of Reckless Railways, keep in mind that's also Vico and Flixie's backyard, and they've got that forecast knowledge from this match.
Dukes is trapped though, 2 tags come in, and he is forced back to the low ground. This is not going the way they expected at all here. Sphinx also punished now. The Hispanic duo sees blood in the water here as they've caught the white tags. They are hunting as aggressive as ever. Down goes Sphinx first. Dukes falls as well, and 5th place is out now. And this is gonna give everyone else the chance now to secure that 5th plus. For Zanjitema, they'll move in here. It's not over for Clone and Kramsu. In fact, it's done for them now as Resigns is gonna find the first elim, and Damo gets the second. And just like that, they timed their entry perfectly for OCE.
And at this stage, again, Clone and Kramsu, sure, they got the points from the set of eliminations onto Dukes and Sphinx, but fact of the matter is, they weren't in a position to be able to deal with the third party after the fact that Kramsu left as a solo. And this time, he might not have the opportunity to actually make a reboot ban play like his partner just did for him earlier on. All the while, Chicho and Trulex, they have found their new height of surge-based territory. And they've got a massive overview of where the entirety of the lobby is. This brick box on top of the mountain face as well. Very easy to spot for other teams, which means the flow of traffic for players moving into this next zone likely going to be restricted by Chicho and Trulex.
Yeah, this is as big as bases get here, especially given that it's off the mountain, so they just have so much visibility on the edge of the map. Rift Island, once again, housed by Pirba and Pollo. Probably the 8th time out of these 11 matches. They will show up consistently here. Playing into the storm right now. I wonder what's the game plan here. As they continue to rack up tags. Does seem like they will need a fight here soon.
Peterbot's got all the chug splashes for this duo. Go ahead and make sure to expend a handful of them, but Pollo, Peterbot, no. It's just going to be Flowberry Fizz into the launch pad and go, but they can see all the teams that are rifting around them, teams that might even be looking to take that launch pad later on, but most importantly of all, they're heading straight for Surge-based territory.
Look at who they're going to land on. They're following Huddy and Kovacs right now. They find a fresh wall from Scroll and Sky. That would even be a better option, given that this is a weakened team. Little do they know, but Boyo gets the first tag onto him, and unfortunately that sets him back. Goes for a trade attacks onto Swizzy, and Peterbot showing us exactly what he is known for, and that is that deadly aim right there to keep them in the game. But just on the line of Surge right now, floating above it. They're not completely safe just yet.
Can't lose focus though. Swizzy and Yapko are not gonna go out without a fight. Sure, Peterbot might have that Mythic Striker burst, but Yapko returning fire, letting them know it's not gonna be easy. 58 below the damage threshold though for Kovacs and Huddy. They are just getting so held by everyone surrounding them, barely managing to find a shot in the nick of time. More importantly still, it seems other players falling in the lobby instead will be their bailout moment. They are fortunately gonna be able to take a quick moment to pause, heal up, and then determine where they head next. Harping out, not necessarily an option. They're gonna have to fight because they need more material.
Nice little pickup here for Peterbot. Still has 2 splashes to work with right now. These eliminations being a massive, massive recovery opportunity for them. Let's take a look at it. It was Worthy who was flying in here. He didn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, fell short of the storm line there. Queasy, Thomas HD, hot on the heels of Flixie and Vico now. That would be an incredible team to drop, given that they are in 3rd place.
They could just play for Deadside at this point. They have so much damage above the rest of the lobby. They're gonna be a little bit late, but Thomas HD, do you ever miss with the Monarch pistol, man?
We have seen him do so much damage with that weapon. It wouldn't doubt me if the stats say that he is far and above the rest with a Monarch here on the weekend. Take a look at that in just a moment, but Kovacs, Huddy now, very much below the Surge here, forced into a box-to-box engagement here. This is as scrappy as it's gonna get, and they need an elimination here now. Clock is ticking, starting to run short on time. It's gonna be a matter of moments before this storm really starts to ramp up onto them. Let's see it.
The damage threshold is only going to continue to climb even higher. Huddy, Kovacs forced to jump into Sky and Scroll's box, but it's not going to do them any good. They find the knock onto Scroll, but that's just going to be the setup for Wox and Ping. They take Scroll's body, instantly throw it back into their turf. Sky now left to fend for himself as a solo. Plenty of damage above the threshold, but in a sea of duos, what options does he really have?
And they're just sitting on that refresh right there. Now they're all the way back into the thing. This is kind of crazy for Wox and Ping. They've come out like reasonably out of nowhere, literally now in 4 eliminations. They're just in this conversation for a top 5 run this game. Just 20 points behind now, Bryce and Bolts, given how many eliminations they're starting to pick up here. For Bolts and Bryce though, they're finally finding theirs too, so that's a set starting to add up here.
Look at how isolated Queasy and Thomas HD were, though, on that far west side of the zone. A little bit of a dead side position, but they are going to have to deal with Paper and Victor B, I believe, who seem to be joined up with them. Not going to be an easy path to trek by any means, but right there with you, Bryce and Bolts have really started to heat up here. And this is where it matters most, because you only have this lobby and the next to work with, and then that's it. And there is a lot of prize money on the line when you look at these positions in the top 5 of the leaderboard.
Oh, the gap is a big, big jump. The first Bolts and Bryce have to make it there, if you will. They're in the top 5, but pushing through is going to be difficult now, given that they're running low on HP, even shorter on damage here. The fact that Bulls has to rely on bandages here, but a great shot there. Not enough to find the elimination, unfortunately. Loses his teammate in the process, however. He is above the threshold for now. It'll buy him a little bit of time. Glowberry Fizz to give him that extra mobility here so he moves fast. Also to get an inch further. It's Reason who's down at the bottom layer. What can Bolts do now? Can he maintain his position here?
Reason had also been desperate for some elimination damage, but Bolts will get the last laugh. Granted, I don't know how long it'll last, considering the fact that his current position is as grim as ever, especially seeing all these teams in front of him. Chiefs just skirting by. Veno and clicks his box. Bolts hoping to keep ramping up overhead, just trying to maintain an isolated position, but 25 above the damage threshold, and he will finally be taken out.
While all that is happening, there is more action unfolding here for the likes of Thomas HD and Queasy, who are now looking to set themselves up with some high ground positioning once again here. How many wins do we think they can take before the weekend's over at this point? Match 11 starting to heat up, though. Not looking good for Clix and Vino, who are also going to fall inside the top 20. Peterbot and Foyo continuing to rack up the eliminations here.
They couldn't have found those elims at a better time. Granted, it will be difficult for them to actually make their way towards the body loot, but Peterbot Foyo, they might just choose to take what's right in front of them. Rise immediately falls to Peterbot's accuracy, but it comes at a cost. Peterbot's lost Foyo. The lobby has closed in. Peterbot from the low ground, forced to throw out the armored wall, but everybody's got their eyes on the prize. It seems as though they've all pinpointed the fact that this is a solo operation.
And look, he's still trying to possibly save his teammate. Remember, Foyo has a lot of heals as well and the extra material, but no, he has to give it up. He has to leave him behind. And we have seen Peterbot be here before. I mean, he just won a game where he clutched it up. So top 14 now, it's not over just yet. Queasy still alive. Thomas HD on the front side of zone. Peterbot is just cooking, though. Taking down Teeny now. Every single time he drops a team and finds more eliminations, he is gapping himself away from second and third place.
And think about the mental game. It's starting to unfold for Queasy and Thomas. They're watching this elimination feed light up. Peterbot, regardless if he's got Foyo or not, he's willing to make some miracles happen. Low ground control, though, belongs to Thomas HD and Queasy. They're trying to make some eliminations happen. They need those points. They've got 5 already, but Peterbot just continuing his massacre at this stage.
Keep your attention down to the bottom right now. Thomas HD just found elimination in low ground, and they're starting to put the pressure while Peterbot's trying to rotate. Thomas is going to find another one down low, and he is still cooking here. Meanwhile, Queasy backs him up and takes down Reet on the low ground there, and they are just turning up. This is why they're first and second place given into this 11 match right here. They are decimating the lobby.
It's a 1 versus 2 scenario, but Peterbot is just making it happen. Thomas HD and Queasy sitting at 8 eliminations already, though. Peterbot gets another ritual isolated. No Reet in sight because he's been taken out earlier on, and Peterbot continuing to tarp his way through the low ground. There's a possibility, MDF, these two might actually just clash head on.
We have a 2v2 and then all solos in between. One of those solos is, of course, Peterbot. Rapid is gonna fall as well, and he just does not stop claiming eliminations at this point. Booga on the backside of zone. Don't come out, son. It's not gonna go well if you step into Peter's domain. Meanwhile, Thomas HD, Queasy are setting up the victory royale.
Thomas HD, Queasy, they know. It's Peterbot and Booga.
Oh my
they have
God.
to deal with, but Peterbot gets a huge chunk out of Queasy. Thomas is gonna fall. One more shot could do it. Peterbot with the refresh, continuing to break through on the low ground. He's making the impossible happen.
Queasy versus Booga up top. Takes him down. Queasy versus Peterbot now. How badly do you want it? Queasy is looking for the tag. Both shots can easily go any way. Peter finds the first one. Can he get the second? He is incredible.
The second time today.
just cannot make this up. He is too good. Wow, wow, wow. Give it up for Peter Bonapoya! You know, is that a taste of what's to come? The 1v1 versus Queasy, the last play of the game. Peterbot, you were out of your mind there.
Yeah, I don't know. So I eliminated Thomas, and then I knew Queasy killed one, right? And then I just knew it was a free win because it was Queasy, not Thomas, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. All right. Boy, yeah, I'm enjoying this. Are you enjoying this too?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I mean, he solo clutched both our wins today, so, I mean.
We started the day with you guys, a good 60 points in the lead. You guys have been toe-to-toe with Thomas and Queasy all day long. It goes down to the last game now. That has got to be the greatest way to kickstart the last game of this competition. What do you guys get? I mean, how do you kind of take in this moment? Everyone watching around the world, everyone competing together. This is your time. Do you feel this is your time as a duo as well?
Yeah, I think they're gonna land on. Yeah, I think they're gonna land on us this last game, and then we're just gonna kill them, and that'll be it.
Okay, you expecting that as well? Do you think there's a chance that Thomas and Queasy may make the play and go for you guys and land where you're landing and challenge you?
I think so. Okay. Maybe.
I was going to say, I've asked you guys so many questions over the course of the last 2 days. I'm going to ask you what your favorite color is, Peterbot, and is it gold?
No, it's not, but that'd be nice to win, you know what I'm saying?
It would be nice. One more time, would you give it up for Peterbot and Boya? We could not have asked for a greater way to go into our final Game 12. It is so close now. FNCS Global Championships 2024 could not have asked for a better way to close things out. Do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are, because after this, we'll be crowning our champions. We'll see you in a bit.
Hey! 20% of you slackers still haven't subscribed. Help me by clicking that subscribe button. It's totally free and doesn't cost anything.
Fortnite fam. Fortnite fam. We are seeing history being made before our very eyes. Vivid 11-2K. Is that possibly the craziest clutch we have ever seen in FNCS history?
Stakes on the line, right? Like, it may not be like one of the, I don't know, like the craziest ones we've ever seen, but you have to take everything into account. On the stage, lights are on, fans are cheering. They're both first and second place. Peterbot's a solo, and he's just ice cold in the clutch. Levin, we can never count him out. How?
It doesn't get much better than this. I mean, this is everything you asked for. When Hoya goes down, you're looking at Peterbot going, surely he doesn't clutch again. We just saw one of the best clutches we've seen from him all year. And then with Queasy and Thomas in the lobby, they are just bossing it. It looks like if anybody else is in the lobby other than those two, it's a clear win for them. But for them to come blow to blow at the end there, Vivid, oh my goodness. This script is nuts.
You're welcome. You're welcome. There's no way. How would we have ever known? How would we know? And it's like in those moments, right, top 25, you always kind of wish like the first and second team kind of go head to head. In a manner like this, though, where really Peterbot should not have been able to pull this off. Back against the wall, look at the materials, look at all, and yet he takes down Thomas, and then it's just a 1v1, and it comes down to angles? What are these angles, Vivid?
I don't know. Like, Peterbot's tracking is incredible. He just seems to always find the shot first, immediately build afterwards. Just, he's got like, what, 25 HP right there? Just takes no damage from Queasy at all. It is just insane.
I mean, thank you to those guys for making this the competition of ages, really.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people came into today thinking it wasn't going to be close. They were going to run away with it, myself included.
Yeah.
But these guys have put up a championship winning performance, and you look at individuals, of course, Peter talking a bit of smack there, right, when he's saying he wishes he was happy it was Queasy instead of Thomas. But when you look at how Thomas has been playing, understandably so, Thomas has been absolutely on it all throughout the day. The shots he's been hitting has been so clutch. Oh man, I wonder how they're feeling after that, right? They would have expected to win that.
Do they even like? They probably don't even know what's going on there. They're gonna watch this back and be like, he did what from where as a who? I mean, Queasy and Thomas are just going up against. I mean, you chatted with him, Levin, right? The words that were coming out of Queasy's mouth yesterday, he was like, "How do we beat that?" I
mean, he's making it look possible, at least, right? And,
yeah.
And that was one of the things even he emphasized yesterday. He felt like it almost wasn't possible.
Gosh.
But clearly is this here. When they start going up and you're like, oh my god, they're just going to wipe everyone out of the lobby at this point. Thomas drops down to try to take Booger out, and it's so unfortunate there that Peterbot is just lurking about in the bottom of the zone. I mean, in so many other situations, if you rewind that game, you rewind that end game, they win it more often than not, you'd reckon.
Yeah.
But fine margins. It comes down to the angles.
Hey, just listen to the crowd roar. Literally in that moment,
Yo guys, Code Life here. So in today's video, I've got something for you guys which is a little bit different from what I normally do. I really wanted to cover this as I myself found it surprising, and I think you guys will too. So if you do want more videos like this one, then be sure to drop a like on the video, as it really does let me know if you guys like it or not. Now what I'll be covering
at the beginning of the show, Adam was talking with Queasy and Thomas HD, and he said, listen, if it comes to that, going into game 12, could we see and relive that invitational moment? What did Queasy say?
Queasy basically mentioned that if the gap between second and third place was enough, right? Enough to go ahead and justify, like, oh, listen, if we have a bad game 12, we get 0 points, we're still going to get second, and we're going for it. We're running it back from invitational. We're landing on Peterbot and Poyo 11. What does that kind of make you feel? You think they're going to do it or what?
I mean, the gap is there. You look at Peterbot and Poyo, and I know they've had some hiccups in the earlier games of the day, but you can't count on them going down early, right? That isn't just how these games have played out for the most part. And so if you really want to win, you want to take home that championship like we know Queasy and Thomas do, there is one play that can guarantee you that championship, and that is landing on them, taking the raft away from them, and winning out the game.
That's way too scary, though. Are we really saying we think they're going to commit to a raft? There's already duos there. And you know, for those other duos are thinking we've got to slow them down, this could be an all-out fight at the raft.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to make the call. Like, could you imagine being Queasy or Thomas? Who's making that call? How do you make that call?
I mean, it's so tough. I mean, Queasy, I would assume, would be the one to make that call, but it's so much more complicated than that, right? Because even if you do land there and you take them down at the raft, there's other teams there, like you guys have mentioned.
Yeah.
What happens if one of these other teams, imagine a world where they take them down, right? Queasy and Thomas manage to land on them, take them down, and then Frex or someone else in the POI goes, hold on a minute, and starts running out.
They pop over.
You know what I mean? Like, it's risky business. It's different from Invitational. Cammy and Seti, when Queasy and Veno landed on those guys, they were landing at an uncontested POI, right? So there was room for it to happen.
Well, fam, this is our hearts racing. We hope you are enjoying the hype. We're getting closer to starting off game number 12. Vivid, I gotta ask, how are you feeling? One game left to go.
Only one emotion rushing through my body right now, and that is excitement. We're, what, 25 minutes away from watching that trophy up there get hoisted by our global championships. One more game separates us and that.
Levin, how are you feeling, man?
You want to know how I'm feeling? You want to know how I'm feeling?
Yeah.
I'm feeling like it all comes down to this. One more game remaining, legacies on the line. I think back to moments. This game's all about moments. Fortnite's about moments. I think back to the World Cup, the young Argentinian king fighting to push his family's life over, fighting for his destiny. I think back to even earlier yesterday, Swizzy, all the adversity he's faced, fighting up against the best duo in the world, Peter and Poyo in a 1v2. He did it. I think back to the Invitational 2022. Queasy, Veno against Seti and Cammy to win it all. This game is about moments. Fort Worth, are you ready for a moment? No. Fort Worth, I said, are you ready? This is that moment. This is their moment. Game number 12 starts now.
And it couldn't be said any better. Match 12 is here, and the competition has never been closer.
Absolute chills listening to Levin. But he has a point here, MDF. This game is all about seizing the right moment. Poyo and Peterbot flying in to the raft. Company beside them. But no Queasy and Thomas in sight.
But you do have Danoth and Tinker still here. Peterbot and Poyo will have to make it out of the drop. They will have to make all the way to endgame here to meet Thomas, HD, and Queasy to run it back one more time. Eliminations are going to be huge here for Poyo and Peterbot as they get to have a chance to open up the point discrepancy.
This is anything but a detriment, though, as far as Poyo and Peterbot are concerned. Danoth and Tinka nearly helping them tally up an additional 6 points if they're not careful. All the while, Thomas, Queasy, they've just landed touchdown home base here at Research Rock, Brawlers Battleground, and a whole game ahead of them to try and stamp their mark.
And I know everyone at home watching right now is sitting on the edge of their seats. What is gonna happen? Who is gonna take it all home and lift the trophy at the end, the bragging rights of being the best duo globally across all of the Fortnite regions? Kovacs and Huddy still have so much to fight for as well, given that their podium finish is up on the line here. Let's not forget, third place is still a huge jump up in prizing and bragging. But for Kovacs and Huddy, they've been fighting this team every single game of the weekend so far. They've been relatively successful, but this is the last chance now.
I neither side willing to budge, but for Sky and Skrull, they seem to be on the receiving end for the most part. Huddy, Kovacs trying to close in. They know just how injured they actually are, but Kovacs a little bit too ambitious. Sky, Skrull, they're gonna find the first knock. It's exclusively up to Huddy to keep that podium finish alive.
It's not over yet, though. Huddy is way too healthy, and they recognize that this can go either way. Given how consistent he's been, beautiful tag right there onto one duo. Can he get the second? Surely he can, but the damage has been done, and he's forced onto the back foot, starting to run out of mats now. Armor wall comes out. Things are looking really dicey now for Huddy.
There's only so many ways that Huddy could actually choose to escape from this current position, however, and Skrull recognizes that fact. Skrull's gonna find that final elimination. Huddy and Kovacs have had a phenomenal run, but it's cut short. Pollo Peterbot doing the same currently to Trashian threats.
And now, there's no friends in sight. Everyone at the raft must go. Peterbot and Pollo need more points, and they want to start opening up the gap here. Trashian's gonna be the first to fall now.
That final elimination having been established there for Pollo and Peterbot. We've got a moment to take a quick listen in some of our teams.
Wait for the cameras, I'm gonna mark craft, yeah? I just know the streams are going like, is Queasy gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Alright, bro. Let's get it. Fist bump, bro. Fist bump, man. Give me a fist bump, bro. Don't leave me hanging.
He thought about it. He tried to bait us. But no, you know, I do respect the fact Queasy and Thomas HD and their ability to stick to their guns, not be pressured into a decision that can throw their entire opportunity away. They've known that Peterbot and Pollo have not played perfectly today. However, when Peter has been online, when Pollo has been online, it is just incredible to witness clearly the clutches that he's put down today have proven just that.
Even when Pollo hasn't been there, the level of support that he's been able to provide for Peterbot and just fully trusting in his teammate, Peter, to clutch up every single time without fail. That is a huge amount of pressure rested upon Peterbot's shoulders, and yet he plays as if there's nothing weighing him down in the slightest.
What's really interesting about Peterbot and Pollo as well, the way they're playing right now, they're not taking any chances. Anything that moves is getting shot. You saw there, even clicks off in the dip. They're hitting everyone back. They're gonna want 1,000 feet between them. And of course, the trophy for now, but Ping and Wox here on the other side have been flying their way up the standings, truly earning their mark, making their mark here on the Globals stage. This is the grand finals, match 12 action happening right now. Yuma is gonna get his tournament cut short now. Wox has to clutch it up, no! Rise has a different story on hand here. Gotta be careful now.
Damage has definitely already been done, though, by Wox and Ping. Even if Rise manages to overcome this 1 versus 2 scenario, without his duo, he's gonna have to make a play for the reboot ban, and that's gonna cost him so much time. Wox, Ping, though, they've got other things in mind, and that's continuing their streak here in the final hour. 2 eliminations already, a third party closing in. They've got ample amounts of shield, though. What they really need is more white heals and an opportunity to disengage, most importantly of all.
Honestly, from Wox, that was an incredible angle to counter the ramp that was thrown in the box right there. Quick thinking, swift action. It's gonna allow them to win that fight right there. Tinka has to be careful. They may have won an OCE championship, but here on the global stage, everyone is on equal footing. Things slow down for a moment. Other teams lurking nearby, listening, watching. Brazil, OCE. You never know who's gonna jump in first.
Chicha and Trulix, though, they're just sticking to what's tried and true. Surge base up, scour the entire area, and apply pressure onto the teams down in Doomstat. Keep in mind, that's likely going to be Epic Whale, Muzz, Reef, Ritual one more time, having to deal with Trulex and Chicho's affairs, but Chicho, Trulex, definitely trying to be wary. A couple of shots found their way from the flank positions, and despite how high up they've managed to build these surge bases, you could still be vulnerable when you got these open edits.
No shots returning just yet, though. Everyone almost in position for good reason. Sphinx and Dukes on the other side, playing the Storm right now, trying to, of course, secure what they can here. What a performance from Dukes this weekend here. Again, flying straight up to the top, not really looking back after making the top 5. He has just been so consistent with Sphinx. A duo that honestly we didn't even see coming out of nowhere. Back on over to Vico and Flixie. The Railways pushed out very early this time around with this far western pull.
Part of the reason being, though, we saw Vico and Flixie last we checked in. They were trying to surmount a base around the forecast tower that spawns just a little bit next to Dumpin Hazen, but with Bryson Bolts right behind them, you almost have to imagine that Bryson Bolts potentially could have pushed them out of that position. Chap and Teeny, on the other hand, they're trying to deal with the likes of Ed and Persa. Nitrodrome action only going to continue to pick up. There's a lot of commotion that both of these duos are making, and they're on the outside of the zone. Granted, they have plenty of time to work with. Teeny and Chap could also always opt to take this flaming boost tube if they feel as though this battle isn't worth their time.
Definitely are looking like it's time to get out of here. Couple eliminations, but time to just recoup, bounce back, get the materials, and find your way towards the mid game here. Meanwhile, Booga falls to the hands of Muzz and Epic Whale, and they are racking up the loot now. Other teams are still here at the Doomstot, though. Big rotates coming in, it seems like, from Reet and Ritual. Mapoli and Zoyota as well. Just lurking, trying to find an opportunity here to pounce in.
That was a big set of eliminations, though, that Muzz and Epic Whale managed to find. And the fact that it was on to Aviv and Booga can be crushing when you consider that they had started to surmount the comeback potential, trying to maintain the top 10. Aviv unable to get the revive. Respect the commitment, but Muzz and Epic Whale just a little bit too quick on the collapse. Here, the crowd cheering as Thomas HD and Queasy come into view one more time. They're heading straight for this weapons bunker south of the Nitrodrome, and there's already company nearby. So instead, they might opt to pivot, take this flaming boost tube instead, Flowberry Fizz, and it's a fast rotate.
They're on the move right now, Swizzy and Yapko as well, just outside the Grim Grate. Trapped in between Murstache and Malibuca in the distance, a bunker here, of course, being the big upgrade to their loadout. The fact that they get this bunker completely uncontested makes a huge difference as well. Yapko with a single elim right now, starting to cap out on material. This is where focus will start to shift into where do they want to base down for the mid game. Jumping in with Boyo and Peterbot. You can see who's on the way here without giving it away. There is a very clear, determined play in motion right now to intercept this duo.
At the same time, though, you've got to time it right. Queasy and Thomas know Boyo and Peterbot, as long as they have Emma Frost reveal Medallion, every 50 seconds, that marker is going to go out. It is essentially full view of everyone surrounding you, and a big credit for as to why Peterbot has been able to find those 2 solo clutches for the victory royales here today.
Thomas HC is going to take a lot of damage there. It's time for Squeezy to possibly step up here, but Bach and Pars just going to back up, play that high ground, play that angle. More tags from behind. This is a huge setback now for Queasy here, forced to heal. loadout looking pretty scrappy as well, given that they don't have big upgraded weaponry, right? They could use a bunker, they could use an elite chest or something. They definitely need something.
They've at least got mats to work with, though, and that could be the ultimate difference maker. Rift Island spawning off in the distance. Kashoro, Keiki, but it's Pollo and Peterbot that'll be first to the top. Capture point in sight. And with the control of Rift Island nearly underway, Pollo, Peterbot from this position sitting just inside of the zone as well. Their next intent likely gonna be to just fully restrict the flow of this lobby.
And it's almost easy for them to know where the Rift Island is gonna spawn. They have the forecast tower. They know where the next zone's going. Obviously, the island's gonna be in it, if not extremely close like it is right now. So it makes sense. Pollo and Peterbot are isolated here, and they will be for quite some time. This is, again, probably the weirdest Rift Island we've seen off on the western coast.
And even worse still, it's just a little bit above a weapons bunker as well. With that in mind, Peterbot and Pollo know teams are going to want to get drawn towards that weapons bunker, but trouble afoot here for Vico and Blixie, incredibly low. Vico dropping immediately the ultimate low ground. It's a risky play whenever you opt, try and glide in, but Casper, Prism on the other side of these walls, and they are looking for an opportunity to take this team out.
Pingen walks in a fight right now, continuing to key the lobby down. They want to jump up into those positions, and now they fight their way into fifth here as they're ramping it way online right now. Vico and Flixie next door to Casper and Prism. Paper and Victor V looking inwards, trying to see what's happening here. You have Kanata and the reigning champ, Cooper, there as well. Very, very contested spot here. Meanwhile, Bolts and Bryce, who are our fifth place team coming in, but now slipping down just nearby.
For Bryce and Bolts, they're still slinking around restored rails, and they can hear all of the action, all of the shots being fired just west of them, sometimes a little bit south. Bolts, Bryce, scavenging everything that remains here inside of restored reels, but if anything, their primary focus is exclusively on just maintaining a strong placement to close today out.
Great tags from Chicho. Every time we've jumped in, he is just on it with Trulex here. They have played very, very well. It's that third place spot is what is open for them right now. Gonna pop this Flowberry Fizz and get their rotate going now. Of course, have the dashes, given that it's right on top of the Grim Gate. And all things considering, if the zone ends on the Grim Gate, that will be a factor in its own to take into account for an end game.
Well, don't count it out just yet, because we're seeing that river of sticks get further and further into the heart of these zones. Clicks, Benno caught up currently with Malabuka and Merstache. From one side of the map to the next, though, Merstache, Malabuka know that they're gonna need some elimination points as well. They lost a lot of their footing they had after the conclusion of day one. Day two, just too many threats, too many times of falling victim to the power of Oceana, Alex, and Worthy. And now Thomas HD, Queasy, they've managed to work their way from that sticky situation of dealing with Pars and Baka at the ship-it station, but still more trouble afoot here because they are fully aware of the fact that this current surge base is not empty.
It looks like they're looking to gear back up to take the fight again because they have to here. But Queasy scarily leaving himself available and open, trying to tempt others to jump in. Meanwhile, Baka and Pars are gonna bring it down and then go for the catch. This could be everything here. Thomas takes a lot of damage. Queasy is hurt as well. The lobby sees what's happening here, and a desperate spray of builds start to come out to try to keep them alive. No armored walls. This is the worst we've seen their loot.
They went for a risky maneuver really early on for what looked like an attempt to intercept Peterbot and Pollo's pathing, but now instead they find themselves caught in the crosshairs, 2 below the damage threshold. Seemingly the first time it feels like this weekend that we've seen this duo truly struggle with their surge management, but just like that, Thomas, HD, Queasy, they find a moment of relief, a chance to breathe here, regenerate their shields as much as possible. But the situation continues to remain dire here for Vico, as he's a solo, no Flixie.
A lot of our top 3 right now in desperate situations for Vico here. What can you do? He's only 47 damage above the threshold. The damage needed starting to rack up here. He knows it, we know it. And now he moves. Goes back to where his teammate was fallen. Trying to get a little heal off here. And he is missing every opportunity to rotate. Thomas HD, Queasy have to go for a fight here. But no! They get caught and taken down! And just like that, the tournament run for Thomas HD and Queasy come to a close. Boyo and Peterbot effectively survived long enough to be your global champions.
Pollo and Peterbot, they're not even taking a moment to celebrate. It is all business as usual for these two. They want to leave it out with a bang. They're trying to find this last victory royale. Peterbot called it yesterday in interviews on socials. I will get 3 victory royales on the day.
Peterbot's dancing in the box. He knows what just happened. He knows they have done enough.
They died. Come on. Yeah. Hold them. Come on. Come on, bro. Let's go, baby. Let me look.
He knows. They know. Boyo can't even hide the smile.
What?
You know, you got to think about it. Every single major this year, they have been at the podium top, including the back-to-back coming out of the majors, and then to win the in-person event for the global competition. The interviews that were racked up across all of the competitors here pointed in one direction, and that's to Peterbot, that's to Boyo. And they are still showing up in the last game, and they'll very likely win this at this point.
Peterbot is an undisputed best player in the world currently, alongside his duo Boyo. They're still making sure to deal with the lobby as needed. Ping floating in the water here, but Peterbot and Pollo, second in Major 1. And then the hat trick to conclude the year, first place every single time. What more could you ask for?
And he's got some of the most victories pulled here on the grand final stage. Just keeping it so close as well. Nothing of a perfect performance by any means, but just so far ahead of the rest. Clearly, he's a cut above the competition, but for others, there's still a lot to fight for here as second and third are now out of the game. If Bolts and Bryce pull a big game here, they could very well jump their way up into some significant new prizing and maybe be called the third, maybe the second best team in the world.
They're not the only ones seeking it out either. You've got to keep in mind Trulix and Chicho, Wax and Ping. Also, Spinks and Dukes. It had a little bit of a slippage, but everyone is still within striking range, depending on who actually closes out. Lobby number 12, Bolts with the elimination from afar. It's going to be Baka that falls. Pars now a victim of the surge damage takes as well as the focus of the lobby, and he's taken out.
Bolt's on the move right now, looking to secure that loot. Nicely done for him, but they are barely holding on right now. The surge should turn offline here shortly. However, they still want to find damage just to give them that peace of mind. Meanwhile, Clix is still up, trying to navigate this game. So there's a lot at works here. Bolt's looking around, Bryce looking around. What opportunities are available here? Not many.
The problem is how chaotic these final few moments are about to become. Everyone's got access to this river of sticks. next to restored reels, the underworld dashes coming into effect. Teams able to conserve as much material as possible with these vicious rotates, not to mention the aggression avenues that it opens up with being able to immediately dash into somebody else's box. Clone, Kramsu even taking full advantage, immediately charging at Seti and Cammy, but it's Chicho and Trulex who are trying to make the difference here. Janet's gonna be taken out. Monarch pistol accuracy on point currently for Chicho.
He's just so good with it. The highlights continuing to rack up. Now Chicho and Trulex sitting underneath the box of Sphinx and Dukes, who have the high ground here, but a rotate has to come out. It's a long stretch from here to the new zone. Sphinx is on the move right now. 37 players in the game, 19 duos remaining. Pewterbot and Foyo still playing the low ground right now. They have eyes on Batman, Booger, and Rapid. They have eyes on Kanata and Cooper. Who will be the next to fall victim to your champions at this point?
Pewterbot and Foyo are floating through this lobby. Quite literally, secondary height gonna fall under their control temporarily. They're still choosing to target forward, maintaining this front side position. They haven't challenged height just yet, but that scan bound to go out soon enough. They know Shadow Virgo directly underneath them. Bryce Bolts now trying to collapse into the same layers, but they realize it's Foyo, it's Pewterbot underneath us. We've got to escape.
They can't stick around here for too much longer, or it'll be disastrous. And what a storybook finish for Pewterbot and Foyo 2. They used to be the kings of Grim Gate, let's not forget it. They play very well with the underworld dashes at their disposal. Bolt and Bryce up against Phaser and King now. They are very, very weak. However, the Surge is online, and they're taking a lot of damage here.
And Bryce and Bolts fall now. Walks, Ping, Trulex, Chicho, bound to have smiles from cheek to cheek, but the job's not finished. They've got to keep powering through. Same could be said here for Foyo and Pewterbot. They've already secured the global championship, but they don't even care. They still want more.
Still makes you wonder how much harder everyone will need to work. They want to win this one and take it from Pewterbot and Foyo, because look at what they're doing. They want to close out in strong fashion, and Brazilian duo up top of Ed and Persa are standing in their way, and Foyo wants nothing to do with it.
Foyo, Pewterbot, they know only one player is between themselves and hype. Instead, they will drop momentarily. They already got an elimination. Pewterbot's still looking for more, though. Armored Wall's gonna cut him off for the time being, but Pewterbot, Foyo, they find King. Another 6 points added to the tab, and it's not done yet.
They're gonna heal all the way up now. A little bit of mass to work with here too, but they still need a bit more. Still looking for Ed, still looking for Persa, looking to break out the build. And I think they're up top, but no. They have everything to themselves now, but no material to work with.
Batman, Booga, and Rapid, they can tell up ahead. Teams pressuring onto their ceilings, but again, Teeny, Jap, has already fallen, and Teeny just trying to do what he can to navigate the chaos. He sees Rapid go down. He wants to make his way to the body loop, but he's not going to be able to scurry any longer. Immediately taken out by Foyo nonetheless. Pewterbot finds Teeny all the while. Virgo next to fall. And Trulex, Chicho just doing what they can to survive.
And look at who jumps down once again. Pewterbot, Foyo finding all these angles onto everyone. Meanwhile, Chicho lurking on the low ground takes out the immediate competition, securing their 3rd place. Pewterbot, though, wants to win here. He's looking to take it from Reet. Claps back with a huge shot. Things have to slow down now. Foyo comes up to support his teammate. The scan comes out. They know where everyone's at. The med kit is there as well. Foyo, the perfect partner in crime for what is unfolding here right now. And just a couple of duels left. They don't have a lot of HP. Foyo looking to show them what he is made of.
Foyo and Pewterbot have had so much time now to recuperate what they lost as far as health is concerned. Pewterbot's already got one knock on to Trulex. It's just Chicho standing between them at this point. And Pewterbot finds his 3rd victory royale on the day, but most importantly of all, a global championship.
The undisputed 2024 champion, Foyo, Pewterbot, taking home in the only way they know how, and that is what a victory royale. Congratulations.
Everything was for this moment.